call this Bang Bang.
Seriously?
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
Objection. Objection.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang.
Witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. State your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Welcome to the Weekend Live Show.
508 is where I'm from.
We run down the biggest stories of the week with you every Saturday night. Let us know in the comments right now where you reppin'.
Apache Junction, Canton, Worcester, Long Island, Manchog, South Florida, Webster, Malden, Framingham, Tucson, Wichita, Billerica, Salem, Gloucester, Moosop, Connecticut, Charleston, South Carolina, Roslindale, Moosop, Connecticut, London, Hanson, Glendale, Arizona, Lynn, Mapleville, Quincy.
Food stands, leave your clothes, buddy, and date them with
you a funny ass guy, man.
Have you ever heard of Turtleboy? Yeah? Are you a fan?
508 is where I'm from.
Hey, what's up?
508 is where I'm from.
How was that?
You a freaking idiot. Stop telling people that I'm mentally deranged and stupid.
Call me Aidan. I'm not a doctor, but...
Get out of my store, please.
You're a fucking loser.
You are a loser.
You're not a journalist. You're nobody. You're not turtle hair. Don't make such fun of the criminal justice system.
NFL on the house, blog that.
Let's get this party started.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Boys, go baby, we bringing out toys. Boys, chopper be singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom. You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boom. What's up, people? How's everyone out there doing tonight? Good? Good? Excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aidan Kearney. You can call me a variety of nicknames. You call me Clarence Woods Emerson if you'd like. That's my Facebook name. You can call me Uncle Turtleboy. Old school turtle riders are known to do that, so that's cool too. You can call me Doctor. As a matter of fact, I prefer that because I've earned the title, and it's just cool to be called Doctor when you go out. I went to Papa Gino's yesterday for a meal deal, and I walk in there, and a lovely lady says to me, "Oh, the doctor's here." And I really appreciate when I hear that. So that works. You could call me Daddy, also acceptable. A lot of people were doing that last night. I get it. It's not for everyone, so I won't mandate it, but I will allow it. I know it can be weird for the 20%, as we call them now, of men that are watching. Guy came up to me last night at the show and goes, "I'm one of the 20%." I'm like, I don't know how. I never thought I'd run a YouTube channel that was like 80% women. I never thought I'd have that. But like they're pretty consistent, the polls, like the demographics. I'd never thought I'd say it. They say I'm a massage therapist, they say it sexist, whatever they call me, transphobic, sexist, massage therapist, all that stuff. But for a misogynist therapist, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what the appeal is there, but they're here now. And so, yeah, that's cool. You can call me Daddy. You can call me A. Timothy Kearney. That's my true crime name. When I'm deep in the woods in a leather jacket, trying to solve murder mysteries on my own, it just comes to me. That's what I call myself. You can call me Journalism Jesus. I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. sharp, and make sure you smash that subscribe button. We're over 107,000, I think, right now. It's going to start climbing now that the trial's coming. It's going to start climbing real quick once it happens. So make sure you go ahead and you smash that if you guys, haven't done so already, because it's going to be cool when that happens. When we get to, I don't know what the next landmark we're going for is, but it's going to go up as long as I'm allowed to. As long as I'm allowed to do my show. If Hank Brennan does not want me doing my show, he can go fuck himself. I have a right to do the show. I don't care if he puts me on a stupid list. I'm not a witness to anything. I wasn't in Canton on January 29, 2022. All this is a backhanded attempt to keep Daddy from doing the show every Tuesday and Saturday night. Now, I realize it's not Saturday night tonight. I get that. It's Sunday, actually. This is our third Sunday show in a row because I've just had shit going on. And as you saw last night, shout out to all the people who came last night to Spencer, Massachusetts. We sold over 200 tickets to this event, our second round of Canton trivia. And how awesome was that, guys? How awesome was that for all the people that were there? And I hope you guys enjoyed watching at home. It was way better than our first one. I mean, the first one was a dry run. It was cool, the first one. The first one we did in Taunton, it was great. And we sold that one out too. And but this one, we had the technology a little better. I had the camera. I was able to scan the room. It was just, we were better prepared for it. Now we're getting it down to like a science. And yes, we did raise a bunch of money for my legal defense fund, which is kind of the most important thing there, because that's what we're doing this for, is to pay off my very expensive legal defenses, as well as my, fees for private investigators and other such things of that sort. Because, justice ain't free, as we've seen. Free Turtleboy, but it ain't free. Ain't nothing free about freeing Turtleboy. Ain't nothing free about freeing Karen Reed. I thought it was a blast last night, and I gotta pat myself on the back a little bit there. The questions were excellent because the key is, I built up their confidence in the first round. A lot of people got them all right. They're like, oh, this is gonna be easy. They get a little harder, get a little harder, get a little harder, get a little harder. And there was 2 questions last night that there was 20 teams there, and not a single team got some of these questions right. I forget what the fuck were they. It'll come back to me, but some of them. Oh, the one about which cop testified that there wasn't probable cause to search the house because it was not reasonable to believe that a man with one shoe on had been inside the house. And the answer to that question was Brian Tully. And I think a lot of people put Lank and a lot of people put Gallagher because they both testified about probable cause, but they didn't say it for that. I mean, he specifically said the clothing aspect of it. Remember he made the comment about like, oh, I wear shorts in the winter. Oh, sure you do. Sure you do. So literally everybody got that one wrong. Everyone. So, that's good. That's a stumper. So it was a real nail biter too. The buffer zone passed. Colin was in the house on the final round. They were winning the whole match. And then, they overtook him in the last round. So congratulations to you guys. I'll be sending you guys all gift cards for that. It's been dope. Oh, the other one was the Milton one. Yeah. I go, where did Karen Reed sleep the last night, the night before she was arraigned for murder? So you got to think of a lot of people were like Mansfield. She wishes. Dighton, stuff like that. But you had to listen carefully because she was arrested on, I think, June 9th. And because that was the day she was indicted, they go right to your house, they arrest you. And then from there, they brought her to the Milton Police Barracks, State Police Barracks. And she was charged with murder. So a judge has to set bail. A judge is going to do that in the morning, though. So she had to spend the night there and then get brought into Norfolk Superior Court. So she slept in Milton at the State Police Barracks. Nobody got that one right. So, and again, thank you to everybody that came out last night, especially the people that volunteered their time. I mean, you guys were amazing, and Amy for hosting it was just an amazing host. That place was like awesome. It was like you felt like you went back in time there with all the cool shit on the wall and the rustic nature of it and all that fun stuff. And obviously, Meredith did an amazing job kind of putting all the PowerPoint. I don't know how to do that PowerPoint shit. I didn't put any of that together. I did the questions. That was my big thing, is coming up with the questions and just being myself. But she did all that. Jason, amazing job with the technology there, also known as Haley Walbrook from Twitter. DJ Matty Mo was killing it on the 1s and 2s. Hire him, give him a call if you need a wedding, a bar mitzvah, a quinceanera, whatever you got going on in your life. He was excellent. It was a huge room. It was great. Erica, thank you for everything she did. Lauren, Jennifer Altman, volunteering. We couldn't have done it without all you guys. So you guys were amazing. And, the people were amazing too. I'm just so blown away at these events, these live events. It's like, I never thought I could sell out a fucking 200 seat room for $40. I never thought I could do anything like that before. If you told me, I would be like, you're crazy. But I did. And it just shows you, like, especially in Spencer, like, a lot of people don't live out in central Massachusetts. People think it's Western Mass. It's actually central Mass. So, I can't believe, like, when I'm there, I still can't believe it. People want to take pictures of me and shit. This is new to me. I'm used to it by now, but it's still new to me. And so it's pretty cool being there, meeting all you fine people, a lot of people of all ages, shapes, sizes, gender, you name it. We had a whole mix of people there last night. It was fantastic fun. And hopefully we all had a good time, because definitely raised money for my legal defense fund, and that will be good, put to good use. And people want to do another one. We're talking about doing somewhere on the North Shore, something like that, spreading it around, whatever. So yeah. And I want to do a show like Kirk Minihane does, and we're going to talk about him tonight, at a place like the Wilbur, just like a live event. in a theater or something like that. I guarantee we could fill it. We could sell it to Wilbur or something like that. I would love to do something like that. I just want to do tons of events. Events are cool, man. Events are cool. They're happening. But of course, the biggest party we're going to have is when Karen Reed's acquitted. Just the energy in that room last night for Karen Reed acquittal was off the charts, man, off the charts. And they don't have anything like that. The other side, if that's what you want to call them, the other side, it makes it sound like they're equal when they're not. But they can't do shit like that. They can't even get 5 people to show up for John O'Keefe. They don't have an original thought in their goddamn head. They're even copying us with the goddamn billboard. Can you believe that? They got a billboard. They're like, oh, look, we got a billboard. Bitch, we done had a billboard. Like, I don't know if you saw that like 18 months ago. It's still there. We invented the billboard. You guys are just copying our shtick now. And the difference between our billboard and their billboard is that their billboard has like a link to a website that's entirely about me. If you go to the website that's on there, it's all Turtleboy bad. It just proves that like none of these people actually, oh, we care about John. Now here's a link to Turtleboy. Turtleboy bad. Turtleboy bad. Yeah. I think it's in Braintree somewhere. I'm not sure, but. And again, it goes like justice for, I forget what it says, like justice for John or something like that. Maybe somebody could fill me in about exactly what it says. And guess what? I'm all for it. That's exactly what I want. Let me see if I can find this billboard, actually. Let me see if we could see this thing. All right. There it is. Remember him, it says. Okay. Let me screenshot this bad boy. All right. Let's pull it up. Huh. All right, here it is. Got it. Boom. All right. So it says, remember him. Not even John O'Keefe. Remember him. Who's him? I mean, I couldn't have come up with something more that better summarizes what these people are all about than remember him. Who's him? Oh, the guy. What guy? The guy that never came in the house. Wait, was it that guy? Or was it the guy on the lawn? Which guy is that? I know there's a lot of guys. Him, guy, whatever. He had a name. I don't know if they're familiar with this. His name is actually John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer and a father. And yeah, he's a victim of a beating, and they left him out on the lawn to die. But he's just him. Like if you're think of how horrible this is. Horrible. Like think of if you drove by this thing and you didn't know anything about the John O'Keefe case, right? And you see this billboard and it just says, remember him. And you're like, okay, who? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to remember about him? I don't. What do I do next? And then in small words there, small little letters, it says justice for John O'Keefe.com, which brings you to, let's see what that brings us to. Justice for John O'Keefe.com. Okay, let's check out the website. So again, they don't even have a QR code. Like, bro, get with the times. So you're expecting people to be driving by this thing and be like, oh, better get my start typing this in on my phone. Justice for John O'Keefe.com. It's not even like an easy one. It's a lot of letters. And they don't even have a QR code. I mean, how ghetto is this shit? So anyway, if you actually are able to type it into your Safari tab, which first of all, close out your Ozone basketball first, and then, open a new tab and you go to this. Okay. So you see this, John. Okay. Our mission. And the first thing they talk about Free Karen Reed in the first one. As a grassroots mission, it says our mission as a grassroots organization, our mission is to rectify the falsehoods propagated by the FKR movement and media alike. So this isn't even about John O'Keefe. This is about, they're literally saying in their website, this is a reaction to the Free Karen Reed movement. This isn't even like, remember John. This is like, let's talk about Free Karen Reed. That's what this is. The alarming lack of accountability for Karen Reed and those involved in attempts to undermine the integrity of the justice system. With unwavering resolve, we stand in solidarity with the O'Keefe family. No, translation. You actually hide behind the O'Keefe family. That's all you do. You use them as shields you stand in solidarity with the McAlberts. That's what you do. Demanding justice through the prosecution and incarceration of Karen Reed for the murder of John O'Keefe. Our hearts ache for their loss, and our commitment to uphold truth and honor John's memory remains steadfast. As we begin the second trial, it's important to understand how the jury process works and how long it could take. Here's a recap of where things stand. Here's a recap. Oh my God. It brings you to something called Tuesday Gazette. I swear to God. So you click on that, you go to a recap, and this is what it brings you to. A Substack, I think, where you have to type in an email. Like, this is it. Like, bro, can you guys get better marketing or figure some shit out? You can't have the first thing, like a link, like here's, so what's the source? Something called Tuesday Gazette, not Wednesday Gazette. Or it only comes out on Tuesdays, and it's a Gazette. So it must be important. It must be legit. It's somebody called Tuesday. Okay. Maybe that's her name. Maybe she publishes on Tuesday. I don't know, but she's like the most legit journalist ever, whoever the fuck she is. Tuesday. And you go to her thing, and I don't see any information there. I just see like email farming. So like, give her your data. That's what this screams to me. Here. You want a bunch of spam in your inbox? Sign up. And then you can learn about John O'Keefe. Then you will learn about what an important person John O'Keefe is. Oh, but there is a no thanks thing. So you can click on that. Okay. What do we got here? Okay. This seems like serious journalism. Serious journalism. Karen Reed autographs her own mugshot. Wow. Wow. Karen Reed's alibis. What do we got here? Oh boy. Turtleboy attorney wants to join Karen Reed's defense team. Wow. Big news. Airport snacks and hyperbole. Whoa. Oh, the turtle tyranny. The turtle tyranny. And it's a thing about crusty panties. The story of, this is big news. This is big. This is, guys, I don't know how you better honor the memory of John O'Keefe than something called Tuesday Gazette sharing the chronicles of something called Crusty Panties. These are the people who, Peggy O'Keefe and Paul. Can you guys just listen to me? Just 1 second. Look at what your life has become. Okay. Look at who you're surrounded by, right? This is who you want representing you, something called Krusty. Have you seen her? Have you seen what she looks like? Have you seen what she sounds like? That's the least offensive thing about her. Have you read her long and documented history of child abuse? It's like really horrific, actually. And her never-ending obsession with yours truly, ever. I don't know. So anyway, that's what it looks like. Then we go back to the website here. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. So as we begin the second trial, okay, then we click here. What's this?
Been a long painful 2.5 years. The negative or hate that's directed towards me, mostly me and my mother, is because we support these people who are being falsely accused of something they didn't do. Yelling, screaming, calling us names. I to this day, I don't know what I did wrong.
I don't see Paul in that video, by the way. I don't see Paul in that video.
Colin Albert, who was a 17-year-old kid at the time,
poor
his life
Colin.
has been turned upside down and ruined.
Poor Colin. Oh.
A lot of the public was misinformed. You know, we didn't come out and tell our...
And Lindsay Catani, by the way, the fake victim, who is a big supporter of the O'Keefe family, hasn't come back. I don't know. She just stopped coming. She came once, went to kick me out of court. Keep in mind, this is the same guy who uses his brother's murder trial to try to get pussy. Literally, and fails. He's worse than Higgins. I didn't know you could get worse than Higgins when it came to game. Paul O'Keefe said, hold my beer. He did. He's like, no, I can actually get much worse than Higgins. Watch me. Can I tell you about my glazed donuts? Can I do that? Chill out.
Our side of the story, or what we thought or knew happened. We've kept a low profile. And
the music.
been silent through this.
Music.
This whole ordeal. But
cool.
Now it's time. Now it's time
I have
for
that
people to understand the truth. I just want people to go back to who the victim is in this. It's not her. It's my brother.
It's both, actually, but go ahead.
We've been forced to become very kind of like defensive.
This is
not as outgoing as we normally would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think recently we're gaining some more support.
Oh, yeah, you got... I think we're gaining some more support. And then in her own video, Krusty shows a video of her and the Food Stamp 5 marching through a sea of peaceful supporters. I don't even want to call them protesters because they're just sitting there. Literally, this whole thing was just quiet. We pretty much just sat there all day and talked. And it wasn't anything crazy. There was no yelling, no chanting until the Food Stamp 5 showed up. Again, the music is just awesome. Listen to the music.
Not as outgoing as we normally would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I think recently we're gaining some more support.
We're gaining some more support. And he's like, yeah, see, we got the Food Stamp 5 on our side. Like, bro, that's it? You're proud of that? There's the fake victim. Okay, what? Oh, the fake victim. Oh, Twisted Tragedies is there too. She got out of the migrant hotel for the day, and I mean, just the way they paraded through here was like fucking lunatics. And you will never see the fake victim because she burned those bridges. She won't be back. Krusty can't come near me. I got an order on her ass, thankfully. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be back. So that's it.
I think people have been afraid, to show up to court and I guess counter protest.
He's like a hero
to the people that are outside.
Wait a minute. Is that? Oh my God. Then it's like,
and I guess counter protest to the people.
Oh, there's Joe Warren.
That are outside.
And then I think we all know the infamous there. I don't think we have to go there. I think we all recognize that moose knuckle.
I think people have been in fear. But I think that's starting to turn. I think they're
literally just promoting themselves. They're like playing shit with Paul. And then they're like, look at us. We're awesome.
Want justice. They don't want this influence of, social media and public perception based off of lies to win or to take control of this.
Now, Plevin. Plevin. Oh my God. This is like a collection of mentally ill, unfuckable losers coming together and just being contrarian for the point of being contrarian.
We'll take all the support we can get. Every time we go to court, we're kind of portrayed as the bad guys. And at the end of the day, it's, we lost a loved one. In all this, I just want people to remember the actual victim. It's not the Karen Reed show.
Yeah.
This is about a good man whose life was taken way too soon and for selfish reasons, and has created a void in our life that was already an enormous void. but just made it even that much bigger. I just want people to remember him.
And how is this not unbiased? She's sitting there crying. This guy's rubbing her back. The jury's looking right at her. I would say that I would hope they wouldn't allow this bullshit in the second trial, but it's Auntie Bev. You know she's going to allow it. You know?
Want him to get the justice he deserves and that we deserve. And that's Karen Reed going to prison.
Don't hold your breath, Paul. Oh, fuck. What just happened to me? Hold on. Oh, that's fucking creepy. Hold on. Got to fix that. No, that's creepier. All right. Hold on. You know what? I think that's okay. Even though my seat's disappearing, that's okay. All right, cool. Anyway, so that's interesting. What else we got here? Oh, Karen's testimony. What do they got here? All right, they got Karen Reed tries to what am I supposed to click on here? Okay, that all right. I don't know what that means. Okay, what do we got? John O'Keefe. Okay, so there's John O'Keefe. He was a cop. He was a brother-in-law. And here's some pictures. Here's 3 pictures of him. That's it. This is how they remember John O'Keefe. He gets a grand total of 3 small paragraphs filled with cliches about being a cop and an awesome brother-in-law, and then 3 small pictures. They couldn't even get bigger pictures of these that we've all seen a million times before. Oh, another link to Krusty Panties. Oh, and Yellow Cottage Tails.
Perfect diagnosis.
Okay, so they got crust. Okay, evidence. What do we got for evidence? Okay, that's all right. I'm sure that's really good stuff. Conspiracy. I don't even know what this is. Okay, the FKR movement. Oh, Turtleboy bad. This is going to be Turtleboy bad stuff, I think. Oh, Tuesday Gazette. Some links to Tuesday Gazette. And Kevin Lenihan. Oh, man, these are some. Oh, and more. And then 3 videos of Krusty Panties. She's got to be behind this website. She just made a website. Think about what this bitch did. You got to respect the grift. So she creates a website filled with links to her own channel and then uses the death of a stranger, because that's what John O'Keefe was to her, a stranger, and uses his death and raises money for a billboard that then promotes her own channel, which she makes money off of. Just think about the grift behind that. She literally, you got to respect it. You got to respect it in a way. She has grifted the fuck out of these people, and I'll allow it. To be perfectly honest, I will allow it, because honestly, Paulo Griff deserves to get grifted. He's a grifter himself. They deserve this. Then there's me. Related cases. Yep, all about me. Turtleboy bad. Commonwealth versus Aidan Kearney. Media sources. Reliable publications. Let's see. Okay. Sources include blogs, interviews, news articles, court documents, other resources. Okay. So the most legitimate resource they have is some Tuesday Gazette. Okay. Tara Kerrigan, Lost at Sea. This bootleg attorney, Kevin Mahoney. Gretchen Voss, Phelpsy, and then a whole bunch of Krusty Panties videos. They're all Krusty Panties. She puts her own videos before all of the news ones. You got to respect it. Stand for JJ. Oh, gosh. Anyway, I just, this is a trip. So anyway, that's that. And I don't even know how we went down that rabbit hole, but here we are. But yeah, if anybody wants to have their message read out loud to the class tonight, we don't do super chats here because I got demonetized like 4 years ago, and that's cool because I just built my own platform called Turtle Chat, where you can just pay whatever you want as long as it's $5 at least. Don't send me $1 and stick it in my G-string. Okay. $5 or what, or $100, whatever you want to spend. I don't care. I'll still read the message. Write whatever you want, and I will read that message out loud to the class. Okay. Or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy, and we can do it that way. But before we do that, I just want to do something real quick. Hold on.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hi, this message is for Amy DeAngelis. I'm told this is your phone number. This is award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney. I'm calling you at phone number 401-413-1890. That's 1890. I'm told that this is your phone number. I just have a whole bunch of questions for you, Amy. I know that you're a former admin in the Justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook group, but I'm also really, really concerned. And I know you flipped and you did the whole flip thing and blah, blah, blah. I got mad at Turtleboy. That's fine. Okay. I'm not even mad about that. What I am concerned about is why you kidnapped your child. That's what I'd like to know about these court documents, because they're shocking. It says that you were self-admitted to Rhode Island Hospital Psychiatric Care Unit due to substance abuse, and then you were transferred to Star Rehabilitation Services in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, until you were eventually released. You were given the option to go home to your husband or a halfway house, but the husband has a restraining order on you, and so that was a problem. And I'm just, these court documents are shocking, Amy. So we're going to be talking about you on the show tonight. I just have a lot of shocking things that you've said and done. And I just want to, and I feel like a lot of people don't know who you are, and more people really should know who you are, because I didn't really give a fuck about you that much, to be perfectly honest with you. But you really wanted attention. You made that very obvious. You wanted attention. And if you want attention, you oh, she hung up. Okay. All right. So I ran out of time there. So who's Amy? People are going to say, most of you probably don't know who this is. We're going to talk about her tonight. We're going to talk about other stuff. Tonight's a drama night. Okay. Tonight's not really a, cause it's a lull. We got like a week before or at least a week before the trial starts, the real trial. And all they're doing is just picking new jury members, which is like watching paint dry every day. And I know Amy listens to like every show, so this would be a good drama night. Now I got other drama I got to talk about tonight. I want to talk about the Barstool guys. I want to talk about, and I want to talk about misinformation in our movement, because it's out of fucking control. And I don't like TikTok. And I've been trying to keep quiet about some of this shit, some of these feelings I have. And some people aren't going to like it. Okay. Because it's like, we're not supposed to criticize people on our side. I don't really do sides. I do information and misinformation. And if you're putting out misinformation, I ain't down with that. Okay. So if you're on our side and you're lying to people or you're making shit up, like I did the same thing with Sean of the Gulf. We were on the same side, but I just can't sit there and listen to people fucking lie. You might have seen some of my tweets about it today. You might have seen some of my tweets about it today. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the misinformation bullshit. So we're going to have a tea party tonight. We're going to have a tea party. We're going to talk all about that shit. So we're going to talk about Amy, the Barstool guys. We're going to talk about the Misinformation Express, all sorts of shit. So before we do that, let's read some turtle chat, shall we? Let's do this. Let me refresh this. All right. Stacy sends $10. I don't know if I'm getting some static. What's this? So, okay. Stacy sends $10, goes, last night was a blast. As a member of the random fucking Spencer citizens, I feel like we should have won. Maybe next time. Definitely do it again. Yeah, you guys did great though. As long as we had fun. People brought these. One team brought like a team full, like a whole bunch of popsicle sticks with various McAlbert faces on them. It was a trip, man. It was awesome. So, and people had shirts made. It was cool. All right. So thank you for that one, Stacy. Glad you had fun. Holly sends $50 and goes, remember, quote, him. Are they suggesting John O'Keefe is God? I've seen bumper stickers referring to God as him. So Karen Reed is signing mugshots. How about $100 to sign the shirt you are wearing and shipping it to Hotlanta? Unless someone else wants to bid more than me, you don't even have to wash it. You want me to sign this for and send it to message me after. We can figure something out. Maybe. I like this shirt. And, you know, John O'Keefe was a nice guy, I'm sure. And he's a victim in all this. He didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve to get the shit kicked out of him by the McAlberts. But I'm sick of people hiding behind him. You know what I mean? Like, to protect, because we're advocating for an innocent woman, they're like, you're attacking John O'Keefe. Bitch, no, we're not. We're looking for justice for John O'Keefe. We're the only ones. So there's that. All right. Mark sends $10, goes, I hear there's 2 more billboards going up in Monroe and Prescott, Mass. There's a Prescott, Mass? Monroe, Mass? I've been to Monroe, Mass. I've been to every town in Massachusetts. Monroe, Mass is like one of the most backwoods. I don't think they have a place to put a billboard there. Monroe is like off of Route 2, like on the Vermont border. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mark. Nan Gallagher. Ooh, my sugar mama. Nan Gallagher is $500. Thank God she won that lawsuit a couple of years ago. Nan won a really big lawsuit because she's an excellent attorney a couple of years ago, and she's just feeling generous. And she's not just generous, though, like active, like justice generous. You know what I mean? Like doing this for a purpose. And she sends $500 and goes, something little for your defense fund. Keep showing up with award-winning and satirical journalism. I will do just that, Nan. And thank you very much for that. And the defense fund, you know, we're still waiting on that motion to dismiss, man. And that would be really cool if those went away. But if not, we got to be prepared to fight on. And if they are dismissed, we still got to be prepared to fight on, because I picked up a new charge for smiling at a goddamn camera and laughing into it and making jokes and shit. I didn't know it was being recorded. And I got the fake victim witness intimidation charges and the wiretapping charges. And I got a trial coming up with the fake victim on, what's my trial with her? June 9th. I got a trial with her. I got all sorts of shit going on. And with her, I'm suing her for defamation because she thought it would be cute to call me a rapist 500 fucking times and say I was on drugs. And so I sued her ass, and I haven't heard from her since. I haven't heard any of these motherfuckers call me a rapist since then. They were all doing it until they're like, oh shit, we fucked around. They fucked around, didn't they? They found out real quick. Homie, don't play that. That's a bridge too far. I will not allow that shit. So every little bit helps, you know? I'm suing these motherfuckers. Fuck it. You cannot do that, especially when it can be proven otherwise. Like, there's literally video evidence. But I mean, of all the people say, don't record that shit. People don't record it. Why would you do that? Well, it's going to come in handy. I'll tell you that much right now. So there's that. Fuck around, find out. Anyway, so thank you for that one, Nan. Next up, Sarah sends $5 and goes, I was arguing with someone in TikTok comments because they thought Karen was guilty. I went back and forth a few times and them trying to understand their mindset. And then I heard your voice in my head like a guardian angel. They're fucking retarded. And I was at peace. Thanks for being my voice of reason, Unc. I know. You just have to remind yourself, like, you are literally arguing with retarded people. There's no other way they're beyond reproach. You cannot, anybody stupid enough to believe that Karen Reed did this is either ill-informed or retarded or just intentionally lying. Like, they just don't care. They're just like, I'm mad at Turtleboy and I'm going, like Amy DeAngelis, I'm mad at Turtleboy and I'm going to pretend that I actually believe this shit. But they don't. None of them actually believe it. So there you go. Kimba sends $10 and goes, "Hey Doc, it was a lot of fun watching the trivia game last night. It would be nice if you started a traveling trivia so that more supporters can go. Just a suggestion. Thank you for revealing the corruption." Yeah, Kimba. I mean, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about doing another one in the next couple months. So you might be onto something. So thank you very much for that. Brittany sends $10, goes, "Did Bev ever rule on the witness intimidation motion? If you have to testify, you need to get all the discovery, including impeachment material. In Hank's own words, no trial by ambush. Did he ever get the witness intimidation motion?" I don't know what you mean by that. Did they rule on it? If you have to testify, yeah, I don't really understand the question. We had a whole thing with the phones and what they could get. That was kind of a last week thing. So thank you, Brittany. Tall Mike the Troll sends $5, goes, "You know what really grinds my gears? When people start sentences with the word again." I do that a lot. The ARCA guy started every sentence with the word again, even when he was saying something for the first time. That really got me sauced. So obnoxious. Again, no one other than Karen Reed has been charged in connection with the death of John O'Keefe. Oh, right. So this is the guy that's giving me $5. I love when they say that no one else has been charged with the death of John O'Keefe. That, yeah, no shit. That's why we're doing this, dipshit. So, but thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Even the haters fucking can't put money. They can't stop putting money into G-string, can they, folks? They can't stop. They love it. They love it. So thank you. Danielle sends $25, goes, 2 points from today worth mentioning. I'm sure everybody noticed too, but still, when Beveridge was reading the witness list, she names Aaron O'Keefe from West Bridgewater. Oh no, this was the other day. Okay, I already read that one. Let me refresh this. L sends $50 and says, "Prediction on who's doing the opening and who's doing the closing. Free Karen Reed and free Turtleboy." Good question. So I listened, L, to Mark Betterow and Brother Counsel today on the Calling All Beings channel, and they were obviously great. I mean, two of the best, just talking shop. And Brother Counsel said that, I mean, Mark says he knows, and I've never asked Mark about this, nor would I, because I understand there's some things he can't talk about, even though he's my attorney. But he would never tell me that. So Brother Counsel opined that it was that Jackson would do the closing and that Alessi would do the opening, because Yannetti has said he's not doing the opening. I think Alan Jackson should do the opening. That's what I think. And I think he will. I like Alessi. I think he's good with like technical stuff and explaining that. I'm not sure if I'd have him. I've never seen him open or close. I'm just not sure if that's really his role. And I think Alan Jackson is I think his speech last time, his closing, was historic and it was great and all that stuff. We've been over this again, what I would do differently. And that would be just hammer home reasonable doubt. Hammer that shit home. Let people remind them of all the facts of this case, why there's reasonable doubt, why they cannot vote to convict Karen Reed, and end this shit. His last thing was amazing. Like, it was a historic speech. It's like the Gettysburg Address. It was inspirational. But at the end of the day, there's just too much shit. There's too much information. You got to sum it up, but we'll see. So that's what I think. I think Alan Jackson's going to do the opening. The closing, we'll see. I don't know. I'd have to think about that some more, but maybe they'll just switch it up. Maybe Yannetti will do the closing. I don't know. Lauren De Laguna, my homie. Sorry, Lauren. Lauren's a good friend of mine from years back with this stuff. She's an attorney too. She calls me sometimes on the phone. I don't call her back. I don't call anyone. I'm anti-call, not just for her, for everybody. Don't call. There's no reason to ever call me. Some people like calling. Don't be the person that calls. Just text. Texting's way better, because with texting, I can just get back to you when I get back to you. If I'm in the middle of something, you just don't have time for a call. Like, it's hard to find 15 minutes in the day. You know, it's hard to find 15 minutes in the day to, have a phone call with somebody. You got to really set aside that time. I just don't have a lot of time. So no offense. I'm just anti-call in general. So Lauren sends $10 and goes, just saying, hi, I hope you're doing well. Free Karen Reed. Well, thank you very much, Lauren. I hope you're doing well too. I'm not ignoring you. I just hate call. I mean, I just never return calls. The only time I do calls was when I was in jail. I don't call all the time because that's all you can do is call. I don't have text. So there's that. Okay. Next up, Heather sends $5 and goes, which judge gets to decide your motion for non-sequestration? Is it Canoni or someone else? It's Canoni, I'm assuming, but we'll see. I plead the fifth, period. And these idiots are like, oh, that's an admittance of guilt. No, bitch, no. Exercising your rights is never an admittance of anything. It's just common sense that if the Commonwealth is charging me with witness intimidation, which is bogus, and we know that they are not acting in good faith, why the fuck would I ever go up there and cooperate with them about my charges? And they get to ask questions about my ongoing charges. That would be legal malpractice on the part of my attorneys to allow me to get up there and do that without some sort of offer. Like what are they offering in return? Like usually you get immunity. That's how it works. When someone testifies who has existing charges on them, they get something in return. That's how it works. And I'm just not seeing that. It's like I must have missed that offer from them. So, plus they're just used. So I'm like, no, we're not playing games. Homie, don't play that. If you guys aren't talking like dropping charges and shit, what the fuck am I going to not only testify, but give up my right to cover this trial at all? Not going to happen. Okay. Brandon sends $12, goes, will the defense present the Colin fight videos to the jury? I hope so. And listen, Karen Reed and company. Okay. You got to listen to me. They haven't to this day brought up the fact that there are 3 videos out there of Colin fighting. They've brought up the Bang Bang thing, and Auntie Bev addressed the Bang Bang thing in her third-party culprit ruling, and she's like, that's not fighting. Okay, fine. Here's a video of him actually fighting. He said he didn't fight. Here's him fighting. Like, you got to bring that up. I would certainly hope they impeach him with that, because he said at the last trial, only my brothers. Only my brothers. And fuck that, dude. Gun to my head. I would bet anything the person who gave John O'Keefe responsible for the gash in the back of John O'Keefe's head was Colin Albert. I would bet anything on that. Gun to my head. That is what I will always believe. We will never be able to prove that because these motherfuckers are covering for him, etc. I want to do a quick poll on that. All right. All right. I just put up a poll question for you guys. Who do you think delivered the fatal blow to John O'Keefe? Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, or Colin Albert? Who do you guys think delivered the fatal blow to John O'Keefe? And so far we have 600 votes. 60% say Colin Albert, 24% Brian Albert, 18% Brian Higgins. And I'll tell you why I don't think it was Brian Higgins is because they would just turn on him. It would be so easy for these people to just turn on Brian Higgins. I don't know. I just think that he's not family. There's no reason to protect. They would fuck Brian Higgins. You heard, Jill Daniels when she called me, what about Higgins? They can't wait to turn on Higgins. Are you kidding me? It's Colin, man. It's all about protecting Colin. That's how I know that guy's involved, is because the lengths they've gone to hide him. The 12:33 call to Aaron Beatty. The I'm here at 12:10 and we don't know where I'm here is. The fact that he was not questioned at all by Michael Proctor at all during the investigation. The fact that his mother offered Michael Proctor a bribe on the day that Karen Reed was arrested. That's why I think Colin Albert was involved. The Bang Bang video is not the reason why. That shows a certain propensity for violence. Sure. The fights, sure. Doesn't make you a killer. Okay. Doesn't mean you're guilty of murder. It's the most suspicious shit to me is the hiding of Colin Albert. That is the most suspicious part of his involvement in all of this. Is the lengths that they've gone to pretend that Colin Albert was not there. And Allie's Life 360 data. Exactly. That showing where she was at certain times. And that the response to that is the Life 360 data is wrong. Wrong. And I'm sorry. Colin Albert did not go there. His story was that he was there for 90 minutes, that Allie McCabe dropped him off there. Like the Uber driver she was that night. Dropped her off there and then left them there. Oh, in the Morrissey statement, mentioning Colin Albert 4 times. Are you kidding me? That she dropped him off there at whatever. That their story is what, 10:40? Drops him off there. Why? What's he being dropped off there for? Oh, well, he's got to go say happy birthday, 23rd birthday, to his gay autistic cousin, Brian Albert Jr. with anxiety. And, doesn't just pop in, no, wants to stick around by himself. No other people his age. Hanging out with the bunch. He's 17 years old, hanging out with a bunch of 24-year-olds. And, he's got no friends there. He's just hanging out because he's with his gay autistic cousin, Brian, with anxiety. And, and Auntie JJ's coming later on. But when he heard that Brian Albert Sr. was coming home, the guy he clearly admires, who he takes so many pictures with oh yeah, Hardo. Yeah, that guy, the guy that he looks up to. When he hears that guy's coming home and he gets there, Colin Albert's like, well, time for me to leave. Got to get the fuck out. I was just here to hang out with Brian Albert Jr. I don't want to hang out with Brian Albert Sr. That's not fun. So I'm going to call Allie to come and pick me up and then bring me back home. Right. I mean, as luck would have it, right before John O'Keefe got there. Wow. Dodged a bullet with that one. Whew. That story is suspicious as fuck and makes no sense whatsoever. None at all. At all. And the best they can come up with to show an alibi is a screenshot. Is a printout of a screenshot of a text message. That's it. They got nothing else. There's probably 1,000,001 ways, if they wanted to, that they could prove where Colin was at what time. I bet you they could pull fucking library footage video and get. Don't they say it's motion activated? Isn't that what they claim? Okay, so show Allie McCabe's car driving by. Let's see that. You guys got that? No, you don't have that, do you? You don't have that, do you? Oh, and you know how else Colin Albert was still there when John O'Keefe got there? Allie McCabe testified that he was. Oops. Jill Daniels on the phone with me actually said that he was there. And there was one other fucking thing that I just had a brain fart. It'll come back to me. There's so much shit that's like, come on. That's what makes me think that Colin Albert did this. Because I think they would happily throw Higgins under the bus if he was the one responsible. Why would they take all this heat for Higgins? Fuck Higgins. They're not going to do this for him. No way. So anyway, looks like the final tally on the vote is 57% for Colin, 25 for Big Bad Brian Albert, and 19% for Higgy. So there we go. Okay. Ron and Kerry Dronseco send $15, goes, hey, doctor, my wife and I are new fans as of last summer, and we love what you're doing. Been enjoying your older content as well. Keep up the great work. New Turtle Riders reporting for duty. I love it. Yeah. I love it when people jump on board with the Karen Reed stuff and they're like, you know what? Let's go down the fucking rabbit hole. Let's check out the pre-Karen Reed shit on Turtleboy and see what this guy's all about. And they're like, oh, Mike Fucci, huh? This is interesting. Let's go down this rabbit hole. Mike Gianetti, what's up with this guy? Ooh, Monica Cannon Grant. Let's check out some of this stuff. Ooh, next thing you know, oh, we got Jen Duso. What's up with this one? You know, you go down the Turtleboy rabbit hole and you're like, man, this guy's been doing this for a minute. Cool. Thank you. Jen sends $22 and goes, have you viewed the waterfall footage breakdown of all the AI going on in it? I found AI in both CF McCarthy's and the waterfall surveillance. It's fucking wild. Okay. All right. So this is going to be a rant for later, and I guess I'll save it. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but this video Jesus person is driving me fucking insane. She's like the most annoying person ever. And pushy. It's like just doesn't, I don't know if she has like issues with social cues or something, but she is the fucking most annoying person ever. And I can't stand her. And I don't give a fuck if that offends you. I had all these people telling me she's done so much for Karen Reed. Like what? The fuck has she done for Karen Reed? Give me one thing she's done that the defense has used at all to help their case. Okay. Yes, that's exactly it. Just, I'm not calling her a grifter because she does not appear to be making money off of this. And it's very pushy. Very pushy. Okay. And I talked about this on Turtle Club the other night, and I'm just so sick of it. I'm so it's like, she's just driving me nuts. We could talk about that later though. We could talk about that later. All right. Okay. Next up. Thank you. The only reason I bring that up, Jen, thank you for the $20 dono, is like, she's been pushing this, and I don't know if you're getting it from her. She's not a fucking expert on anything. Okay. Literally. She's I don't know how this one, like, she's on the Young Jerks talking about all this stuff. She's like Ian Whiffen. She gets up there and she just says a whole bunch of fucking buzzwords and big words and has a long Plevin style rant and uses it. And you don't know what the fuck it means. And I don't know what the fuck it means. And that's quite literally the whole fucking point. Is it just like she thinks she sounds fucking smarter than she actually was? And you're like, wow, those are big fucking words. She must know what she's fucking talking about. Doesn't she? Oh, wow. But she just, one of these people, I'm not saying she's a grifter because she's not monetizing this at all. But it's just a grifter for attention. Let's just put it that way. And it's fucking annoying as fuck. And I don't give a fuck if this offends you, because she's got all these sycophants on Twitter. They're like, oh my God, you're so smart, so amazing. Well, is she? Is she though? Riddle yourself this. If she's some fucking genius that has all this shit, why isn't she working with the defense? Why? Why haven't they used a single fucking thing she said? Huh? Because I'll tell you one thing. The defense likes microdots. They fucking hired him. You know why? Because he's impressive. And he brings shit. He does useful shit. Okay? He comes up, he makes useful fucking, they used his shit throughout the fucking trial. It's just fucking annoying, man. Enough of this shit. Anyway, that's a rant I'll have later on. So thank you for that one. Next up. Lisa sends $20, goes, happy birthday to my mom. She's 85 years old, Turtle Rider, and a Sex Cult member. Nice. Your biggest fan and loyal supporter, Dot B from Bellingham in Norfolk County. All right, Dot B, love you. Happy 85th, dear. Hope you have a good one. Welcome. I'm glad you're in the Sex Cult, dude. Thank you very much. $10 from Thomas Toon and says, Sean of the Gulf said 5 stones are stand-up guys. He knows them. You're kidding me. He didn't actually say that. He didn't actually. You're trolling me, aren't you? You're trolling me. I don't know. Thank you very much. Buck sends $10, goes, thank you for all you do to protect and defend the First Amendment. I noticed the other day the only news footage they show is at the nighttime search. Do you wonder how they kept the news media away from the scene for so long? Seems they didn't let a word out till the evening. Yeah, I mean, how's the news media going to know about it? You know, it takes a while for news to spread. And if it was just an accident, it also wouldn't be nearly as more like once they realized that the girlfriend they thought like that became the narrative that the girlfriend hit him. That was like something that made it more newsworthy. Okay. Let me refresh this. Couple more. Brother Turtle, JJ sends $10 and goes, didn't Colin testify he was at a friend's house before going to the Alberts? Yeah, Mikey Leonidas was his name. Could that be where Allie picked him up from at 12:10? Exactly. That's what I've said. That's what I've always said about that text message that says here. Where the fuck's here? Where does it say in that message? I'm at 34 Fairview Road. How do we know 34? How do you know here isn't Mikey Leonetti's house? I apologize. How do we know that? All right. So then, and he goes, how long from the first house to the Alberts? Call that friend as a witness. We'll see. Rule number 1 is you don't call a witness unless you know what they're going to say. But it is interesting that the prosecution hasn't called him. Jennifer from Arizona sends $10 and goes, if someone told me a year ago I'd be obsessed with some guy named Turtleboy from Massachusetts, I'd think they were nuts. Dr. Daddy, you are my soul brother from another mother. Support you all the way from Arizona. Now please say bang, 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 bang for me. There you go. Thank you, Jen. There were people last night that flew in from Utah, North Carolina, all sorts of places last night that I had the pleasure of meeting. And the trial, I'm sure, will be even crazier places. So, man, it's great. It was awesome. So, yeah, Arizona. I mean, who would have known a year ago you guys would have been following me of all places? But here we are. Next up, Heather sends $5, goes, did you see Plevin on Broken Baker claiming he had lunch with Higgins and even got a butt dial from him? So I saw the clip. I got to watch that whole interview because Broken Baker is like low key one of the funniest content creators in the Kearney community. He's funny. Like he's I don't want to get his nationality wrong here. One of those IKEA countries. I don't know if it's Sweden or Netherlands or Denmark, one of those countries. He's just fun. He's just got that witty, sarcastic kind of dry humor to him. It's funny though. He's Danish. Okay. Thank you. Danish. Thank you. I knew he was one of those IKEA motherfuckers. So, yeah, he's got a really dry sense of humor. So it's like, you got to get it. Like not everyone gets dry humor. I get it. So I think and I saw he had Plevin on there. So I have to watch that because it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny. So I got to watch that. Okay. Thank you for that one, Heather. But yeah, he did say that he had lunch with Higgins and even got a butt dial from him. He also said Higgins was ordering a pizza that night. So I guess my question for him would be, how come you haven't had him on your show, Plevin? How come you haven't had any of these people on your show? What are they so afraid of? I can understand them not wanting to sit down with Ted Daniels because Ted might ask him some real questions. God knows they don't like when I ask them questions. They get charged with witness intimidation. But why aren't they going on your show, Plevin? You're not going to ask them tough questions. You're going to be fair and reasonable, right? And make them feel comfortable and all that stuff. So why don't they go on there? I mean, he went on the JFK show. Granted, it was in disguise, if you will, as Kevin from Southie. But why don't you have him on? Why don't you have him on? I don't know. They have nothing to hide, right? Karen Reed goes on goddamn Dateline and 2020, and she has everything to lose. Everything. She does documentaries. But your people who you claim are all innocent, you'll have lunch with them, I guess. If he's actually eating lunch with Higgins, that shows you how pathetic Higgins is. That he's that desperate to save his reputation that the only things he can do is call up the JFK show and pretend to be Kevin from South Boston and then get lunch with something called Plevin's. So there's that. Okay, cool. Next up, Turbulence is in the chat. I see he's here. and I told him this I gave him a shout out on, we talked about him on the Howie Carr show the other day. And I'm like, Howie saw that too. And I'm like, they got to bring that up at trial. I hope the defense brings that up at trial when they ask him, like, sir, have you ever used an alias to call into a YouTube program called JFK? And he's like, what's JFK? It's it's 39,000 feet above your head, sir. And there's turbulence in the chat. Oh yeah, that program. Sorry. And yeah, and James Jackson's on there too. You might have seen him before. He was on Turtleboy in 2018. So, you might get a little bumpy on there. Have you ever called up a show like that? And if he denies it, then you play the tape. And you're like, so this isn't you, sir? And the second you play that tape and he denies it's him, the jury's going to know he's lying. And the jury's just going to assume he's lying about everything. They're going to be like, this guy's lying about everything. You can't trust a word but if he admits it's him, then you're like, well, this guy's a sensitive little motherfucker, huh? This is what this guy does. He has nobody that will advocate for him. So he has to go on there and call himself a decorated dude. Sir, have you ever referred to yourself as a quote decorated dude, sir? Have you? You wrong. You wrong.
You wrong. Is this Higgins?
Is this Higgins?
You wrong.
I don't like, sir, have you ever done? No, that's not me. It'll ruin his credibility. I still can't believe that happened. So thank you. And the person who told me that was Higgins, because I did not believe it at first. I'm like, no way this guy would actually do that. And I played it for Karen Reed, and she's like, that's fucking him. She's like certain of it. And I listened to it. No matter how many times I listen to it, I'm like, it's undeniable. It's undeniable that it's him. So there's that. All right, next up. Andrew sends $25, goes, hi, Unc, we love you. Quick question. If Spanky says John O'Keefe was hit in the back of the head on the snow after being struck by the taillight, how does that explain the tongue laceration, amongst other things? As a healthcare provider, I know tongue injuries usually come from seizures, self-harm, blunt facial trauma, intubation, or abuse. The only one that fits here is blunt facial trauma, which could have come from the taillight. If we see the cause of the back of the head is a gash, for sure that can cause injuries. So, you're right. The head, there's a lot of injuries, like the tongue thing. And how about the lack of bruising anywhere on his body, like real bruises, real cuts, broken bones, anything. They don't have anything like that. Like, how do you explain any of that? It's all inconsistent with the automobile collision. Give me a break. So thank you for that one, Andrew. That's a very good question. Amy sends $10, goes, 5 days of jury duty. What I have learned was in the back of my head the whole time. Thank you. I feel very sure of how I voted and didn't let anyone sway me. Okay. Thank you. I've heard from a couple jurors who have been dismissed in this case. And I actually have spoken to somebody who claims, and I have not verified this yet, that they were chosen for the jury and then got dropped afterwards. And that John DePetro, this person in particular, sent me a screenshot of John DePetro's Twitter, where he says that the defense got rid of one of the jurors that was already picked. And this juror sent me a screenshot of that and goes, this is a lie. I'm the juror that was dismissed, or I was picked, and then I couldn't do it. But I was not, the defense this juror said the defense wanted me. They wanted them. So there's that. So John DePetro John's just a liar. I sit with John in court. He sees the same shit I does. He literally just sits there and lies. So anyway, Ario Speedwagon sends $5 and goes, Cage Krusty. Okay. The Turtle, sends $10 and goes, hey, my turtle brother, I feel like Dave Portnoy is a tool, and some of those Barstool cornballs just want to go with the viewpoints from the opposition because it's a hot take that's so played out. It works with sports, not this. Since I'm on sports, Patriots shouldn't have traded Joe Milton to Dallas. I'm with you on that. I know it's early, but what's your prediction for Pat's record this year? I'm going 5-12. Free Karen Reed and free turtle, whatever. Thank you. My official prediction right now is 9-8. That's what I think they're going to go 9-8. I mean, they're going to be better. Come on. 5-12. Give me a break. They've added a lot of, we have a football team this year. And we got Dante Scarnecchia back. That guy's like the O-line godfather. Part-time, but Drake May is the guy. We got the guy. It's going to be dope. And the only thing that sucked, by the way, last year, I missed the Final Four games last night. I missed one of the greatest comebacks ever last night, Houston Duke. Holy shitballs. They were up 14 with 8 minutes to go. They were up by 6 with 30 seconds to go, and they lost. And Duke had a bad call go against them. That never happens. I missed it. And then the Florida game, too. Auburn was up 8.5. Oh, my gosh. This is the best tournament. I mean, the best teams won this. It's nice to see the best teams win. So we're going to have an awesome championship, Florida against Houston. I'm looking forward to it. But, yeah, Joe Milton, I just don't get it. He's not our guy. Drake May is our guy. But it's about value. Like, you can get more than that. It's like when we got rid of Garoppolo for a second-round pick. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? We could have fleeced the Cleveland Browns for like 3 first-round picks for Garoppolo. You kidding me? So, I mean, with Joe Milton, it's like he was fine. I mean, that one game against Buffalo, granted, it was backups, but it built up his value. You can get more, So there we go. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have L sends. No, I already got that. Read that one. Okay, cool. All right. So let me read some Cash Apps here. All right. Okay, we have Chad sends $5 and goes, "Hi, Turtleboy." Hello, Chad. Thank you. Karen sends $35 and goes, "Jessica and Jennifer's 50th birthday in San Diego." Okay. Happy birthday, Jennifer and Jessica, both turning 50. Jordan sends $5 and goes, "The thought of Turtleboy makes me wet." I'm not lying. That fucking says this. I have to read the card. Okay. This makes me a little uncomfortable. Okay. But you put money in the machine. I'm going to say again, I'm not making this shit up. I would never make it. It says it right fucking there. I swear to God, $5. Okay. Thank you, Jordan. Okay. Michael sends $5 and goes, "Hello, King Turtle. They need to focus on reasonable doubt." They need to focus on reasonable. Yes, they do, Michael. I'm with you on that. Thank you. That was drier. Thank you. Tony sends $10 and goes, "Please wish Jill a very happy birthday. Thank you, Unc." As long as it's not Jill Daniels. That's cool with me. Okay. Next. All right. I think we're good. Okay, cool. All right. If anybody else wants to have their messages read, you click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat, or you can cash at me at $Uncle Turtleboy. Okay. Let's get into some stuff here. First thing I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about the Barstool stuff. Let's start there. The unnamed show. Okay. All right, so Dave Portnoy broke his silence, I guess, about
be on the same
about the Karen Reed podcast, about the Karen Reed case 10 days ago on his show. Let's see if we can find the timestamp on this.
Age on the other side.
Well, that's my take. Yeah, right.
Why?
You said
I do. So doubling up would be a lot.
Backstage Porter.
Yeah. And with the Whitney clan.
Hold on.
Totally, we know.
Last year there was about
There's 200
80?
tickets bought. Add in the 50 that Whitney's got coming, we probably got 250.
This time.
That's 100% wide, probably biz. Have you guys watched the Karen Reed thing on HBO?
Yeah, I have. Who's letting her do this? Why is she doing this?
Look, I stay out of Karen Reed pretty much.
Why?
Dave,
Because
Dave, I was going to say, you don't get it not living.
All right, so let's stop right there. I stay out of that's for those of you who don't know who these guys are. First guy on the left there is Ryan Whitney from the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. He's from Massachusetts. He played in the NHL for like 10 years on various teams. He now works for Barstool Sports. And the guy in the middle is Dave Portnoy, El Prez, very famous founder of Barstool Sports. He's Dave Portnoy. I don't know, multi-millionaire, whatever. The guy on the right is Kirk Minihane. He's a friend of mine, and he is the former co-host of the what was it called? Kirk and Callahan show, I think they called it, on WEI in the morning. They got canceled because Kirk was too real for them. Kirk is like outright. Kirk is crazy. He's legitimately fucking crazy. And he is, he says whatever's on his mind, which you can't do on the radio. Like, and he got in trouble like 10 years ago. He called Erin Andrews. I think he called her a gutless bitch or something like that. And he said that if she was 15 pounds heavier, she would be working at a Perkins, which was also true. And I dig stuff like that. I dig people that keep it real. And so I always defended I agree with it completely. And then on his show, they talked about transgender kids. There's no such thing as a transgender kid, but a transgender kid who were boys playing in girls' sports. And Kirk didn't even have a wicked strong position on it. Jerry Callahan did. He was against it. And because, he's on the show, this psychopath named Bob Murchison, this multimillionaire from Sherborne, Massachusetts, with way too much time on his hand. Bob Murchison started emailing all WEI's advertisers and demanding that they cease their advertisements on the Kirk and Callahan show because they're transphobic. Just misrepresenting. And they lost a whole lot of business because this one guy's campaign, and he worked together with the Boston Globe, to do this. And Kirk told me the whole story. His bosses wouldn't let him talk about it. So he told me the whole story, and I wrote about it in 2018, and I exposed Bob Murchison, and it was a good story. So I had his back 100%. Anyway, he ended up getting basically fired. They put him on, he's crazy. And so he took a mental health break. And during that mental health break, they used that as a chance to basically get rid of him. And then they got rid of Jerry Callahan 6 months later, something like that. Anyway, he's been working at Barstool Sports since then. He's got his own podcast called The Kirk Minihane Show. And like I said, I always liked Kirk and his content. And I started listening to his podcast when it came out in like 2020. And I'll be the first to tell you, like I listened to it for a bit. I couldn't keep up. It's like it was a show about nothing, basically. Like they just talk about, they've created their own little world called the Miniverse, and it's all just like it would be like if I had a show and it was all just about you guys. And I'm like, oh, like I made all you guys characters, all the people watching, you guys are characters on the show. And that's literally what, I don't know if I'm describing this right, but basically it's like he's created literally a universe of his own fans. And the topic of the show, every time I listened to it, was about drama within the fan community, something like that. I think I could be wrong, but it was never about like news and politics or what was going on or anything like that. But then he started picking up a side gig, true crime. And he picked up this unsolved murder involving this woman from Brockton who was killed, and this guy in South Carolina who did it. And it was a cold case. And then they really dug their heels into it, and they ended up arresting the guy responsible for it. So he solved a murder. And then that was the case season 1. The case season 2, he took on Sandra Birchmore. And it was reported initially that Sandra Birchmore was a suicide. I fell for that one. Why wouldn't it? I didn't know anything about the case. I'm like, why would the police lie about that? I know better now. I trusted police before. I don't automatically do that now, And so he was the first one, at least in my world, because when I heard about Sandra Birchmore, I'm like, that's a horrible story. I'm like, those guys suck. Not because they murdered her, but because I was under the impression that they took advantage of a young woman who was raped. Matthew Farwell raped her when she was 15 years old, took advantage of her, groomed her, specifically targeted her because her family life was less than ideal, and ended up impregnating her when she became an adult, and then made her feel worthless, and she killed herself. To me, that was a believable story. Like, if you hear that story, you're like, well, that's believable, right? Like, I could totally see somebody wanting to kill themselves with, because she's sad and depressed. And this guy is like, she's alone. Like, that's like a recipe for suicide, So why wouldn't I believe that? And the state police and John Fanning, this lieutenant in the state police, says it's a suicide. So why didn't I believe that? And Kirk, to his credit, didn't believe that. And so he started really investigating this and pulling all the paperwork. And he really believed in his heart that Sandra Birchmore was murdered, and really started putting a lot of pressure on this. And then the Karen Reed thing happened about a year later or whatever. And, same town, same cast of crew. And it kind of put a bigger spotlight on it with the feds and blah, blah, blah. And there's that. So, right. So this is the criticism that he's gotten. Okay. And Orange Kool-Aid Man on Twitter Spaces tonight did a thing on this. And he's like, why is Kirk covering for the McAlberts? I think. Why is Kirk not talking about the care? You heard Dave Portner there. Listen to that again.
Around. Who's letting her do this? Why is she doing this?
Look, I stay out of Karen Reed pretty much.
Why? So he goes, why? Why does he stay out of? Why was he so interested in the Sandra Birchmore case, but not the Karen Reed case? That's not to say he's anti Karen Reed or anything like that. He just doesn't talk about it. I mean, he's talked about it briefly, but he doesn't get into it. And so Orange Kool-Aid Man on Twitter tonight during the spaces was criticizing him for this. And he noticed in the spaces, Kirk Minihane was listening to it. Because one thing about Kirk is he's I don't know if sensitive is the right word, but he's kind of like me in that he's crazy and is no, even a small person that you're not that Orange Kool-Aid Man's small, but follower wise, he's much smaller. So you're not supposed to care about what people like that say about you. You're supposed to just whatever. Who gives a shit? Pretend you don't hear it. But he couldn't do it. So Orange Kool-Aid Man sees him in the spaces, and he brings him on. I haven't listened to it yet. I only found out this happened because then he called me at 8:00 tonight, and he's like, "Hey, are we cool?" Or something like that. You don't have a problem with me, right? Over this? And I'm like, "No. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, Orange Kool-Aid Man is saying that you did." And I'm like, "No." I go, "I'm not." I go, "I know you don't talk about the case." I go, I am a little confused by why you don't. I'm like, I don't, it seems like it's right up your alley. And he was honest with me. He's just said that he goes, honestly, I don't talk about it because that's your thing. And I don't want to be the guy that comes after the guy, because which makes sense to me. He likes to do stories that he's the guy that first broke it and talked about it. He doesn't like to talk about shit that other people already talk about. And that's kind of the basis of his whole show is the Miniverse. It's all the people in his world. And he is the only person talking about who the Secretary of State of the Minifan Club is. Right. And whatever, I can't even keep track of all Menners and, who are the other ones? There was that Ginger Rich there. Remember, there was Ginger Rich. I forget his name. And there's a whole bunch of people. And I haven't followed it in a while. So I don't know who the fuck's going on there. Montante, Tim, who the fuck was it? There was a Tim from Canton, I think. I can't even remember. But anyway, it made sense to me. Like he only likes to talk about shit that's his shit. And the Karen Reed story is my story. And so he doesn't want to get involved in it because it's not his story. To me, that made sense. And so I think that's why he did. I know, but I did go on he's had me on before briefly to talk about this. And he's like, you can come on whenever you want. He basically said in person, on the phone, whatever you want. So he was like, he wanted to prove Orange Kool-Aid Man wrong on this one. And so Orange Kool-Aid Man made it happen. So I'll go on with him whenever to talk about the Karen Reed case. I'd like to talk to Dave Portnoy about this more than because I think I've reached the status point now where I'm not on Dave Portnoy's level, but like I'm getting there. I have 115,000 followers on here. I can have live events that I sell out and shit. Like Dave obviously follows my shit because he's talked about me several times on here, as you're gonna see. So that's what I think. That's what Dave's like. So Dave's like, why don't you talk about this? Here we go.
Dave, I was going to say, you don't get it not living around here. I think it's you like can't even get involved in it, Kirk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the other story I'm doing with Birchmore is like kind of tied. It's I let the Karen Reed people do their Karen Reed stuff. I would not have advised her to do this. This is a very,
so I really didn't follow it.
So I don't disagree with that. And I think most people agree with that. We all support Karen Reed, but I don't think she did herself any favors with that documentary. I think if she go back and do it again, she wouldn't do it. But again, what's done is done. They thought they were going to end in acquittal. They thought this was going to be a victory lap, etc. And, some people have talked. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. People I love, people I respect, people in my life that think Karen Reed's innocent, watched that documentary and they were like, somebody I respect and love was just like, not someone I would hang out with. That was his first comment about her. Not someone I would hang out with. It's again, so I get it. I feel like the less we know about a person, the more sympathetic they are. It's just like, you're never gonna, again, she's innocent, all that shit. I'll always believe she's innocent. I know she's innocent. But it didn't help her, It didn't help her. That's just a fact. So anyway, back to this.
I watched the whole thing. I don't think you can convict her, but I think she did it.
I don't think you can convict her, but I think she did it, he says. And this is why I'd love to debate Dave Portnoy on this, because I don't think he believes this. I do not think he believes this. I don't think anyone at Barstool really believes this. As a matter of fact, I've had several conversations with pretty big content creators like on the Barstool food chain, several of whom follow me. And they all, like a couple of them have put it out, like Rear Admiral has put it out. He's 1000% believes in Karen Reed's innocence. He puts it out there. He doesn't give a shit, right? Other very big names at Barstool, not Dave Portnoy. I've had private conversations with them on social media, and they all think Karen Reed's innocent. They're just like, it's undeniable. They all follow it. It's hard not to follow. And Dave's friend, Todd McShay, who went to Swampscott High School with him and the University of Michigan, and he's now an ESPN college football guy, huge name. He tweeted out he follows me on last June. He's like, how could anyone think she's anything but innocent? This is insane. Insane. And so I think that there's no way, like Jerry Thornton's blogs are all slanted towards Karen Reed because that's where the facts slant you. So I think, I don't think there's any world in which Dave Portnoy does not believe that Karen Reed is innocent. However, what he's more than anything is a businessman, and making money is his primary concern. Let's be honest. And so he is not going to take a firm stance on a controversial issue because he doesn't want to deal with the people that we deal with on a daily basis, which some might call that cowardly, including me. Because if you're him, you have fuck you money. So what do you care? Like, that's the whole point of what's the point of having fuck you money if you can't say fuck you? So I've never spoken to Dave before because, he's a much bigger fish than me, but I feel like I'm getting to that level where him and I could sit down and we could debate this. So I would officially challenge him to have a conversation about the Karen Reed case. And I would like to hear why he thinks, again, what was his exact comment?
I would not have advised her to do this. This is a very,
so I really
weird
didn't
move.
follow it. I watched the whole thing.
I really didn't
don't
follow
think you can convict her, but I think she did it.
I don't think you can convict her, but I think she did it. That's the coward way out, just to say that, is because it's like that you're playing both sides when you say that. I don't think you can convict her, so he would vote not guilty, but I think she did it. What? Okay, do tell. And then he also says that, well, I didn't watch the whole thing, but did he say he watched the doc?
I would not have advised her to do this. This is a very,
so I really didn't
move.
follow it. I watched the whole thing. I don't think you can convict her, but I think she did it.
I mean, so he didn't follow the trial. He doesn't think you can convict her, but he thinks she did it, which tells you a lot about the effect that this documentary had on people who didn't know much about the trial before.
I think that she hit him. I think she hit him by accident.
You think she was drunk and hit him?
I think she hit him maybe by accident. Maybe. I like it when these people try to kind of like play King Solomon and split it down the middle here. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll just say it was an accident. Yeah, because that makes everyone happy. That way we don't have to believe that the McAlberts did this. And we can also say that Karen Reed didn't mean to do it. And we can all feel better about ourselves. So we say that. That's cowardly way out, because you're avoiding the facts about what actually happened here. You're avoiding it. You're denying the physics of it all, because you're just like, we'll just call it even. And that's kind of what some of the jurors did. We're just like, whatever. Now, Ryan Whitney, I haven't done the research that Orange Kool-Aid Man has done into this, but he apparently is. Let me just read. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me reading this. All right. So he says Ryan Whitney has connections to the police in the area. It all makes sense. I'm probably going to do a space on it. So much is there. I told you a year ago something was off with the whole Kirk thing, and what I was just told confirms that when you factor Whitney into the mix, it all makes sense why the hands-off approach of Kirk and Whitney have taken. Portnoy is so checked out, he knows nothing. I agree with that. I do think he knows nothing. Told me about the Foley tie-in. Yandel, the Boston cop, wasn't Yandel a hockey player? And basically the family of Whitney, amongst other things. And then, so Chloe Albert also messaged me about this. This is the world I'm living in. I never thought I'd be living in a world. It's like, so what did you do today? Well, I've got some tips. Who'd you get the tips from? Orange Kool-Aid Man and Chloe Alberts. Okay. So I have not read all this, but Chloe Albert sends me a December 2022 podcast with Ryan Whitney on the Kirk Minihane show. Okay. And he says, Whitney thanks Kirk for not getting him involved in the Sandra Birchmore investigation because he knows people involved. That's interesting. I have not played this yet. He wouldn't be doing that if he was involved on the Birchmore side. That's for sure. So Whitney says to Kirk, thanks for leaving me out of the Birchmore thing, because I know people involved. So this is a guy from Massachusetts, Whitney, who knows. I mean, the McAlberts know a lot of fucking people. It's not just the McAlberts. It's the other cops who cover for them, and, goods of the world and Gallagher's, you name it. Like, anybody in that ecosphere is inclined to believe that Karen Reed did this. I don't know if he said anything else to me about this. Okay, yeah. And there's this guy Foley who used to message me on Twitter. What the fuck is his name? B Foley. And he goes, Chloe Albert tells me, I'm watching your last night show right now. The segment about Portnoy, Minihane, and Ryan Whitney. Ryan Whitney lives in Milton and is buddies with many McAlberts. He is longtime BFFs with this guy Foley that is tied in with him. Foley was a huge Turtleboy supporter until this real deal. Can't read deal. He is a huge McAlbert fanboy. And so when I go to my messages with this Foley guy, so he's saying Foley is friends with Ryan Whitney. So let me see if I can find my messages with Foley here. Let's see. My DMs. Okay. Okay. So Foley has been messaging me since 2022. All right. And he used to send me shit all the time. And it's usually like pro police stuff. Okay. Covering stuff like that. Let me see if I could his Twitter is at bfoley0912 at bfoley0192. Huh. Is it gone? No, it's there. Okay, I gotta find it. Hold on. All right, his account is still there. So now I'm going to search for at bfoley9182. He doesn't follow me anymore. He used to send me tips all the time. Advanced search, and we will search for my handle from his tweets and see what comes up. Okay. So let's go to this real quick. So this is the guy that knows Whitney, according to Chloe Albert. This is my world. All right. So it was a defense team preservation request, which was denied by the court. Actually, it wasn't. So jelly. So he sits here all day and defends the McAlberts. Okay, let's see when he first started tweeting about this. Okay, so I started covering this. So look at my old tweets, right? Here's my old tweets, and he's like, I can't stand Biden. So he's agreeing with me on shit. We're on the same page on everything. Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse. Blah, 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 blah. We're all together here. And then on April 22nd, he starts turning against me. And he goes, kinda a tough move to attack the victim's family. She had nothing to do with the murder. So some Risitano person messaged me and called me a disgraceful asshole. And so this guy's all mad about that. And I posted the screenshots. So he's immediately being leave the family alone. Okay. Attacking so he doesn't even say the McAlberts are innocent. He's hiding behind the O'Keefes at first. Attacking the O'Keefe family is a bizarre tactic to take here. Just let your reporting on the case stand for itself. No need to attack the family of the victim. Let them be. Okay. Turtleboy's info proves to be incorrect if he's going to have the same fate as Alex Jones. Malice. Yeah. 2 years later, still haven't been sued. Okay. I liked your reporting on Larry Calderon, I think he said. Oh, I posted some of his tweets. And I loved your reporting on this Canton story this week. And I publicly gave you credit for it on my feed. But now you're implying the O'Keefe family members are into the cover up, and I think that's wrong. Let them read. So he said that he liked my reporting on the case, just not the O'Keefe family. But notice he's not saying she's guilty. He won't say that. Early on, no one said that. They were because it was undeniable. I hope you're correct. Otherwise, you're going to be Massachusetts version of Alex Jones. Right. Right. No reply to this. Okay. Whatever. Problem if, okay. Yeah, he even wrote the Google search is hard to get by. So he admits that, yeah, this is tough. I mean, that's what everybody with common sense says. Everyone. And say the Google search is compelling piece of evidence. We've only heard the defense's side, though. If the defense's timeline is incorrect in the Google search, then they have nothing. Right. Again. So anyway, I can't even read all that. So they're saying Chloe Albert's telling me this guy is connected to Ryan Whitney, and Whitney's got all sorts of yeah. All right, cool. Anyway, he is best friends with Whitney. All right. And this is what Chloe Albert says. Chloe Albert says Kirk is just jealous of you. That's why he's staying out of the recase. I don't think he's jealous of me. I mean, come on. He's not jealous of me. That's not it at all. He just likes to have his own thing. And I think that's a perfectly fair and honest assessment. I get it. Anyway, so let me play some more of this.
Yeah, I mean,
I think a lot of people think that. Yeah.
There's a couple things in it where it's like, that's weird. Like when she wakes up and she's like, he's dead, isn't he? Like that's your first thought when you thought he was cheating on you. So why wouldn't you just think he cheated as opposed to, and
okay, so stop right there, Dave. Stop right there. So this immediately his first thing he brings up is notice what, and this is why she shouldn't talk. It's like the first, they always use the shit she said against her. And people like him who don't know anything about the case, or I mean, but people like him could be on a jury. So he's like, listen to what he says again.
That weird.
I think that she hit him. I think she hit him by accident.
You think she was drunk and hit him?
Yeah, I mean,
I think a lot of people think that. Yeah.
There's a couple things in it where it's like, that's weird. Like when she wakes up and she's like, he's dead, isn't he? Like that
she wakes up and he's like, she's dead, isn't he? That's not what he said. That's what Carrie Roberts claims, that she said that John's dead. And so there's two things here. There's Karen Reed until 1:30, and then she falls asleep for 3 hours, and there's Karen Reed at 4:30 onwards. Karen Reed until 1:30 thinks John's alive. She has absolutely no reason to believe John's dead. We know this because she's calling him a pervert, threatening to go back to Mansfield if he doesn't pick up the fucking phone, calling him a million times. He's not answering. And then she passes out at 1:30. And then at 4, so she's angry. Karen Reed up to 1:30 is angry because she thinks her boyfriend is smooching with somebody else. And he once again went out, gotten drunk, and left her to take care of his kids. You know, she's the babysitter with benefits. She's getting resentful because of this. 4:30 comes around and she wakes up and he's still not back. That's a totally different mentality than 1:30 because this is weird. He's not out smooching with somebody now. He would have been home by now. He would have came by now. Like literally came, like come. He would have come if he was cheating on her by now. Like doesn't take that long to bust a nut. So he would have been back by now. So she's like, well, where is he? Now she's like beginning to get worried. Why wouldn't she get worried? She dropped him off at a strange house with a bunch of sketchy people who she was unsure of. She was so unsure of them that she decided to wait outside until he called her and told her that things were okay inside. He would never not come home. There's a fucking blizzard out there. He's shit-faced. Of course she's going to be worried about him. Of course she's going to be thinking, could something have happened to him? What? I don't know. But why the fuck isn't he home? This is very concerning. Who the fuck wouldn't be concerned about that? And certainly one of the possibilities would be like, is he dead? Did something bad happen to him? Like there's a million and one things that could have happened. He's not back. Where the fuck is he? I'm sure one of the things that she thought of that she didn't think of was he went inside the house and they kicked the shit out of him and threw him out on the lawn. That probably didn't go through her head. So she calls Jennifer McCabe. And that's when like she is like, where is he? And Jennifer McCabe calls the house and tells Nicole and blah, blah, blah. And there's going to be more coming out of the trial about that. Let's just put it that way. That shit you don't know about that's going to come out this time around. It's going to be wild. And so that's untrue. So when Dave says this, it shows that was not her initial reaction at 1 o'clock. That was her initial reaction at 4:30. And it's not, he's not saying he is dead. She's like, is this a possibility? Where the fuck is he? She's worried.
That's your first thought when you thought he was cheating on you. So why wouldn't you just think he cheated as opposed to,
so she thought at 1:30, Dave. And this is why I need to talk to him, because Kirk doesn't know the case. Kirk, if he had studied the case, he could explain this to him. Dave needs somebody like me to be real with him. Like, no, there's actually a perfectly reasonable explanation for that, my dude. Listen up.
And that's one.
The voicemails?
She's crazy. But in the woman.
The voicemails are exculpatory, Whitney. They're exculpatory. You don't leave voicemails like that telling somebody you hate them if you just murdered them. It's the exact opposite of what you would do in that situation.
They're like, they thought she texted like, how long to die in the cold? And she's like, well, no, I didn't. I did that in the morning. And the guy's like, yeah, the browser was open, which I believe, but they all.
So this is his minimal understanding. He thinks it's a text. Okay. He thinks it's a text, not a Google search. And then the guy says that it was a different browser and he just buys it. Just buys it. You know, there's no, he just buys it. It's like, this is like, you know, like Karen Reed for cavemen. That's what this is right here.
Also, like, she texted how her daughter's basketball team did at like 2 a.m.
Texted it.
Like, if you just were in a house where someone got murdered, I don't know that you're checking your daughter's like travel team scores before you go to bed.
So he's like, well, Jennifer McCabe's not a murderer because she was Googling her kid's basketball schedule before she went to bed. Was she? Or did she open a tab that was already opened for Ozone basketball and then use that browser to Google how long to die in cold? Because I do that all the time. How many browsers do I have open in Safari right now? I have 20, which is really low. And I see on here, I'm like, well, I searched for something earlier. I have 3 StreamYard tabs open right now that I don't need. So I can just click on one of these and Google something right into the browser. So that's what Jennifer McCabe did. She had Ozone basketball browser open. She opened the tab up and she Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 using that tab. And then said, no, I was doing Ozone basketball. And then later on, like, come on. So he obviously, he's dumb. I mean, he's being intentionally dumb about this. But if you follow Dave Portnoy all over the years, like, he is reasonable. He's very reasonable with shit. So like, he can be reasoned with. You can talk to this guy. He's not one of these insane, Karen Reed guilty people that you can't talk to. And let's be honest, like, his influence is important. Whether or not you might not know who he is, you might not follow him. Okay. You might think he's a moron, whatever. The dude has millions and millions and millions of followers and fans. He has direct access to the president. If he got an interview with Trump, he's fucking Dave Portnoy. He's a mogul. So like, when, I personally think that having a conversation with this guy I could easily win him over to be free Karen Reed. Easily. If anyone could do it, it's me. So I think that building, building bridges instead of blowing up bridges is the way to go. Personally, that's just me.
I will say,
and
that house confused.
One thing too is, like, if you read any comments on a Barstool blog, go to any. Let me Google this real quick. Barstool Sports Karen Reed. So Jerry Thornton kind of live blogged the whole thing. And Karen Reed murder trial. The prosecution gets forensical and may have just nuked their own case. Booze, babe hounds, butt dials, and a babysitter with benefits. The defense goes on the offensive and claws come out. The prosecution's still on the defensive. These are all pro Karen Reed headlines. All right. And you read any of the comments here. And like, let's just go to the comments section and see what people are saying. See what the fans are thinking. Okay. So this comment has 187. So this is the pulse of Stoolies, the pulse of Dave's followers. 187 thumbs up, 2 thumbs down. According to Turtleboy, who's been in the courtroom nearly every day of this trial, there were 3 jurors who were all quite obviously not guilty votes. They were the ones you would hear about on the news. Reporters would say the jurors look shocked, blah, 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 blah. Okay. We've already seen how far the rot has spread. So this person actually is suggesting that the jury is rigged. 187 people like that too don't like it. Prepare to see Turtleboy on nationwide news in the near future. Again, Dave, your followers, if you're looking at this, 173 likes to 3 no likes. The judge is in on it for sure. Okay. So you got any, like, let's go to one about Proctor. Let's like read where's the Proctor week? This one. Okay. So let's see the comments here. Where'd it go? Cunt. Yeah. Aidan Kearney was right about everything. Yeah, there we go. Where'd the comment? Oh, here it is. Okay. You would, let's see. Maybe I missed this one on the previous recaps. Would this case be going differently if not for the federal investigation? Okay. Jerry, the Norfolk DA is one of the primary subjects of the FBI corruption investigation. No chance he shows up to dismiss the case. He's also on the defense witness list. 176 likes, 2 dislikes. They just added another 0 or 2 to her eventual undisclosed settlement. 72 likes, 0 likes. I bring this up just to show Dave Portnoy, like, look at, bro, these are your pay. You have to pay to you have to be a paid member to comment on their page. So this is what your customers are saying. Your customers are all overwhelmingly saying Karen Reed is innocent. So it's not a financial gamble to say the same. It's not a financial gamble. You can go out, like, it's not, you're going to make more money. He's hesitant because he thinks that because they're loud, he thinks that the anti-Karen Reed movement is bigger than it actually is. But really, dude, it's just like, it's a bunch of fucking crazy bitches, true crime, wine drinking crazy bitches in like Ohio and, you know, Indiana and shit. They're not real. Like, they're not your customers. They don't matter, bro, at all. So anyway, so back to this.
Uses it with the butt dialing, and I can't imagine a police chief not walking out to his front lawn when there's like cops out there and there's a shit show. He just never goes outside.
But I think the argument.
Yeah, no, he never goes. Yeah, exactly, Dave. So Brian Albert doesn't come out of the house is suspicious. And now this guy asked what Whitney has to be like, well, actually.
They were just so crippled. It was like 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They're still asleep.
Yeah.
I just don't think 12 people will ever all say that she did it.
Okay. So, yeah, you know, when he says that, you know, oh, they were drunk. That's why they didn't come out. I don't give a fuck how drunk you are. That dog's waking your ass up. That dog that suddenly stopped denying shit. That stopped, I apologize. That suddenly stopped barking. Brian Albert doesn't come out of the house. They were there for there's a crazy woman yelling on the front lawn. You're not going to come outside? Give me a break. And Kirk says, I don't think you're ever going to find 12 that are going to convict her. He's right about that.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
No jury is ever. It might be a hung jury again.
I agree,
but there's no way 12 people will get together.
And by the way, I have enough like doubts in my mind. If I was on that jury, I'm not 100% sure. I'd say, because I feel like you really need to be 100% sure.
Well, definitely, if you're going to convict her
Yeah,
for this,
so I think she did it, but watching that, I wasn't like 100% sure.
He's literally describing reasonable doubt. So he's like, I think she did it, but ultimately, the trolls are taking this as some sort of major victory. He said he'd vote not guilty. He said they didn't prove their case. That's quite literally what he's saying. That's a win, you know. But again, I think we can win him over.
Other people, no one can explain the butt dialing to me back and forth. There he, well, my God, he looks like he's back in the bunk. What is going on with your cord?
Rico.
All right, so then then he talks about it again. I think over here. Let me see.
You get the rider gone. Like, that's what
the end of this.
That's 100% why probably Biz dropped. Is like,
you know what's funny? It's like I don't know how Biz is.
Well, I wouldn't use the word hope again because you've lost.
J.D. Vance has said that about me once too. When I said something negative about me, like, well, we really love Dave.
Oh, they're just gonna.
You have like the crazy people.
Because the crazies on the other side don't attack you.
I do. So doubling up would be a lot.
Well, the fucking get ready with the Karen Reed stuff. You just said she's guilty, so just fucking get ready for that crowd. That's the craziest crowd of all.
Are you afraid of Turtleboy?
Me? No, I'm friends with Turtleboy and I are buddies.
Are you?
I said I would not vote her guilty, but if
are you afraid of
that,
Turtleboy?
I think she did it. I don't. It just seems like such a wild cover up with that many people all to be on the same page on the other side.
Well, that's my take. Yeah, right.
Why wouldn't the cops just go in her house though? I can't just go in that person's.
See, he's like so conflicted about it. But yeah, it's like it's crazy. I know it's crazy, Dave. It was crazy for me to understand first too. But once it clicks and you're like, holy shit, this shit's real. Oh my God. That's when you'll understand why we're so crazy. Is because it's that outrageous that we have no choice but to be this fucking crazy. Like, it is wild, man. Wild. And like, why, what did he say?
Wild cover up with that many people all to be on the same page on the other side.
Well, that's my take. Yeah, right.
Why wouldn't the cops just go in her house?
Why?
I can't.
Why wouldn't the cops just go in the house though? That's a great question, Dave. Why wouldn't they just go in and look around? Just rule them out. Why wouldn't they do it? He's asked. See, he can get it. This is not the kind of person that's just like Karen Reed's guilty. Like, he gets it. He gets it. He's struggling with 12 people being involved in a cover up and like keeping their mouths shut about it. He's struggling with that. He can be convinced. I'm telling you, he just needs to sit down with the doctor. He needs a good doctor.
Just go in that person's. That's all. There's so many weird things. You can put it to rest if you just entered the house.
I think the weirdest thing of all, she's doing this right now.
She's crazy.
That's what I don't get.
She does seem fairly unsympathetic that the guy's dead.
And you know what though? Does anyone disagree with that? Let me play that one again.
She seems
just entered the house.
I think the weirdest thing of all, she's doing this right now.
She's
crazy. That's what I don't get.
She does seem fairly unsympathetic that the guy's dead.
That the guy's dead. The guy. He is the guy. That's what the McAlberts call him. The guy. And I get it because I know Karen Reed and I've had many conversations with her about this. She's numb to it all. Like, she's just like, it's been 3 years. They didn't give her an opportunity to grieve. She's had to fight for her life since the beginning. You know, I get where she's coming from, but not everyone does. Like, people like him who are very simple minded, they watch it and they're like, well, why isn't she crying? It's like, yeah, she could fake it for you, I guess, dude. Or she could just be real. But the problem is when you act real like that, no matter what you say, these idiots are going to break it down and be like, whatever, you know?
She seems unstable.
She goes around. One of my producers, Dave Conley, had dinner with her a month ago or a couple months ago. They shared a steak.
In love with her. He's in love with her. I think.
Loves
like
a steak. They shared a fillet.
No. Like, she'll have like people who are into the story. She'll just have like dinners with them and talk about it.
Well, I will say, if you're her, I'm sure she got paid for this.
No, she didn't. So she didn't make a dime off of this. She did not make they're not allowed to pay her. These documentaries do not pay you for this shit. So she is not getting paid for this. The money will come after she's acquitted, the book deals, the movie deals, all of that's going to come after this is done.
I guess, but it's weird while the trial's ongoing. That's all. It's unusual. Like the second trial hasn't started yet.
She's kind of like Rico, where she has people like bomb people the way he does.
Yeah. Yes. Bosco should recruit. Bosco should go wear pink.
She's got an Alabama shirt on at the first day of trial.
Rico be hiring her to fucking run people over left and right.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying if he wears pink and stands out the clubhouse and hands out little flyers, like interested in joining, like a new group is forming.
I don't know much about Rico Bosco. I saw him. He did not look good in the Alex Stein thing the other day. Alex Stein confronted him at the bus stop, and he just seemed like he had no sense of humor at all. Like, anyway. But anyway, so that's that one. So to me, it's like that was not a strong endorsement of anything, right? Not saying Karen, he was just trying to ride the fence there. But he did say, he's like, he watched the documentary. He's like, I couldn't vote her guilty. Like, I couldn't do it. I think she did it, but and at the end, that's a not guilty vote. But this guy is just like Ronnie. Like, it's just like, he's like, there's so many potential jurors that are like Dave Portnoy, and that's the problem. And so then yesterday they talk about it again.
He's like, who said that? Like, you brick watch on trial. It's like, all right, fine.
Yeah,
and it's a 7.5 hour meet and greet.
So
there's nothing quite like IceCon.
So they went to IceCon, this big hockey, I think it's a hockey festival. I don't know if Barstool runs it. It's in Nashville. And he tells this anecdote about somebody he met down there. Listen to this.
Elio does these huge like thank yous and this.
No,
brutal.
And then there was a kid and people, because Nashville, like, that's a party town, and people are buckled. And this one kid is just, he's a witness in the Karen Reed case.
Yes.
I'm like, what the fuck? I go, who called you? The prosecution or the defense? He goes, both.
There's a big video of him actually, like, in Turtleboy getting into it. Like,
oh yeah.
I told him I didn't even know anything. I told him to give him a brick watch. He's like, I'll wear a brick watch on trial. It's like, all right, fine.
Yeah, he said to me, he's like, hey, he gave me 2 email addresses to send, but he's not going to send me a brick watch. I know. And I go, he'll send you one.
He'll send it.
Yeah,
he's got 5 million of them in stock.
I'll send a brick watch. The other thing, I knew it was gonna be a long day. The second I walked into that ice house, kid, he's like, I've met you in the Hamptons. Like, oh, you're from New York. He's like, who's?
Yeah. So, first of all, this is the first time I found out Dave Portnoy apparently regularly watches my content, because he's he's referencing me in the first one. Are you scared of Turtleboy? And then he's saying in this one, I watched a video of this guy confront Turtleboy, and that leaves 3 possible people that this could be. Okay, witnesses. So they met some sort of witness down there, and this witness basically solicited an endorsement deal from Dave, offered to be paid with a watch, a brick watch that's the failing watch company that Dave Portnoy owns, and that he will wear this watch during the trial for like brand placement in exchange for a free watch, I guess. This is his offer. This is what the witness in the Karen Reed case offers to Dave Portnoy when he saw him in Nashville. So this leaves the option of 3 people, because this person apparently got into a confrontation with me, with Turtleboy, he says. So that could be either which witnesses have I gotten into confrontations with that could possibly be done? Well, it's not Chris Albert. He's way too old for that shit. And somebody's got to make the mediocre chicken parts. It can't be him. And that means it's got to be Ryan Nagel, Colin Albert, or Tristin Morris. Okay, Morris Gump. Now, Ryan Nagel, a lot of people thought it was because he plays hockey and kind of fits the Barstool demographic. 30 years old, probably. I don't know how old Ryan Nagel is. I could picture him with the Saturdays are for the boys towel hanging somewhere in his house, whatever. Okay. But I don't think it's Ryan Nagel, because Ryan Nagel confronts me for like 10 seconds. That's it. and just tells me to get. He comes over to save his brother. That's what he's doing. Like his brother was shit faced, touching Meredith, getting a little handsy there. I'm telling him to watch it, and he comes over. He's like, "Don't talk to my brother. Get the fuck out of Canton. You don't even like it here. You don't even like it here. Get the fuck out of Canton," and walks away. All right, but he made me feel tall, at least standing next to Ryan Nagel for once in my life. And then Colin Albert's there, and he's throwing out those little jabs there. But we didn't really get in like a confrontation. Like he yelled at me from like over there. And Colin Albert, I just can't. He's delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza. I can't imagine him going up to Dave Portnoy. He just doesn't seem like the type. And be like, bro, I'll wear a watch for you. He just doesn't seem like the type. He's a fucking idiot. I don't think he's that smart. But Tristin Morris, I could definitely see this happening. And Tristin Morris, you would more identify as somebody who has gotten into a confrontation with me. Because that video, it's 5 minutes of me and Tristin. And that video got 4.5 million views on Twitter. 4.5 million views that got. That was wild. The incident at Castle Island. Do you guys, should we play the tape? Let's play the fucking Tristin tape. Hold on. There it is. We did it, right? You were walking away and you had something to say.
You gotta fucking film me.
Well, I'm just curious. You just told me Karen Reed did it.
You gotta film me.
I mean, you just told me she did it, right? All I wanted to know was why did Caitlin Albert change her story from leaving at 12:15 to 1:45?
Nobody wants you to get the fuck out, man.
I'm just asking. I mean, you confronted me. You confronted me.
I'm from here. You're not. I'm not. You can get the fuck out of here.
I mean, was Caitlin from here? Was Caitlin in that?
Yeah. Why is he fucking recording me?
First of all, this guy came up to me and I didn't know who he was. He just came up to me. He's like, "You know who I am." They always say that. Chris Albert Jr. said the same thing. I'm like, do I? Like, Tristin wasn't even in Ratchet Madness. He didn't even make the 64-person cut last year. He will this year. He didn't even make the cut for Ratchet Madness last year. I thought he was like Caitlin Albert's preppy boyfriend. Like, he looked preppy in all the pictures of them together. And then you see him in real life and you're like, oh, this guy's like a fucking trash monkey. Holy, no wonder he's marrying a McAlbert. That's like his life goal. This guy was destined to be a McAlbert. Totally. And he's just a complete baboon. And we saw him in line at Sully's in Castle Island. And I thought he looked familiar, but whatever. And then we ate a meal of food. It's always with a meal of food with these people and the confrontations. And then we walked around, saw the water, and then walked back. And he's there at the parking lot, like waiting for us. Like, he knew we were coming back. And he's just like, "Hey, you know who I am?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, and she started filming him. And I'm like, he's like, "God, why you got to film me? I just want to talk to you." Okay. So I gave him the chance. And we started talking. And next thing you know, he goes, "And Karen Reed fucking did it." Okay. So we're not just going to have a conversation because you're just talking shit. And so that's when I'm going to start filming. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't cry witness intimidation here because whatever. He's like, "Why are you recording me?"
Yeah,
was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
Stop. What the fuck are you doing?
Was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
Calling the cops.
All right, let's get him down here. Let's talk.
Call the cops. You really are.
How am I a pussy?
Why are you filming me, dude?
So I'm just curious. Why did she change her story? Why did Caitlin change her story from leaving from 12:15 to 1:45? I'm just curious. I mean, I was gonna walk away, and then you had to say the thing about Karen did it.
I asked you a question. That's all I asked.
No, but you walked
no
away.
Cameras.
And
I said no.
Well,
cameras.
then you had the smart.
Hey, I got a 5'2" man.
5'2". He's got jokes. He's got jokes. Why aren't you on the Canton? Why aren't you on the Canton PD list anymore? Nah. Probably just gonna stay anyway. But I'm just curious. Why'd you pick her up at 1:45?
Yeah, I'm at the beach.
And what'd she tell you? Why did you say Karen did it?
5'2".
How come Why are there dog bites on John? Do you know where Chloe is by any chance? Don't you live in Easton? I thought you lived in Easton.
Yeah.
And don't you drive a car very similar to a Ford Edge that was seen parked outside 34 Fairview Road at 3 a.m. No?
Yeah.
No? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, I don't.
These are legitimate questions. You're really calling the police right now?
Yeah.
And telling them what? Thanks, Rich.
There's a small strange man harassing me.
I mean, I'm just asking you questions. You came up to me, dude. I didn't even recognize you. You had to tell me who you were. I didn't even recognize you. You were Tristin Morris.
I told you. I told you to put the cameras away.
And I said no.
I came up to you. I said no cameras.
And then I agreed to it. But then you said the smart aleck comment when you walked away about. You said
Karen
Reed did. I didn't say anything. I just asked you a question. What'd you say?
You're a maggot. You're a maggot.
Not really. I mean, but I mean, I'm just curious.
You're a maggot.
How am I a maggot?
You're a fucking maggot.
How so?
Like you don't punch your fucking head in.
Really? Like you guys did to John? You guys like punching people. I know you like punching people.
Get the fuck away from me.
I mean, you're gonna do.
You're lucky you don't punch your fucking head in. They're always with the violence with these people. These people show their true, and then I'm the intimidating one. This guy is like threatening to punch your fucking head in, big tough guy. Yeah, it's like they're always their go-to. But you know what their kryptonite is? Cameras. It is their fucking kryptonite. They don't know what the fuck to do in a camera. Their initial reaction to a camera is always turn the camera off. Why don't you turn the camera off? Why would I turn the camera off? So you can hit me? No thanks. No thanks. I think I'll keep the camera rolling instead. How about that? You guys don't like cameras, ring cameras. That's why Cameron Reed's ring camera disappeared. That's why Kelleher's ring camera didn't work. You guys don't like cameras very much. Library cameras, no cameras.
Well, are you gonna do what you guys did to John O'Keefe? Are you murdered him? No. I mean, I'm just curious. Are you gonna punch me? You said you're gonna punch me. I'm just curious why. Why do you guys always resort to punching? Why does everything have to be so confrontational with the McAlberts? Now, you want to punch me? You can punch me.
Why would I do that?
I mean, you're on the phone talking to the police and you're threatening to punch me.
You're a rat.
I'm a rat. Yeah, you guys don't like it when people rat, right? When people tell the truth. That's what you call people who tell the cops the truth, right? I'm a rat. That's what you guys call people who tell the cops the truth, right? A rat.
The fuck out of here.
But seriously, I mean, you came up to me and wanted to talk to me. So.
Yeah, I said off camera.
Yeah, and I agree. And I was respectful to you. And then you walk away and you go, Karen Reed, and then you go, Karen Reed did it, by the way. Karen Reed didn't do it. Karen Reed's a completely innocent woman. I'm not tough at all. I'm just a reporter asking questions. I mean, so why doesn't John have any injuries below his nose?
Fucking pussy.
And why did Caitlin tell police she left at 12:15 if she really left at 1:45? Why did she do that? I don't get it. I mean, are you protecting Ryan? Who
Zero.
Who killed John?
You're right, Rich.
You know, come on. I know you know. You think that you don't think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice? I mean, I want to know. Do you think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice? Do you think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice? Yes or no? Do they? Do you think Karen Reed should go to jail for a crime that your girlfriend's family committed? I mean, were you in the house that night? Were you in the house that night when John was murdered? Because I'm just curious. You were with him at the waterfall bar.
Thank you.
He started talking to me.
Thank you. Nobody wants me. Nobody wants me.
His family killed, his girlfriend's family murdered Officer John O'Keefe, and I'm just wondering why. I mean, he came up to me. I didn't seek him out. I didn't even recognize him. But anyway, Tristan, we're going to head out of here, buddy. Good luck with the police.
Go fuck yourself.
Right in front of a woman with a baby. Go, what do you say? Go fuck yourself, pussy.
Okay. Real nice language. All right. See you later.
Thank you.
I'm just see you later.
All right. So that was my. So that's why I think it's. I think Dave met Tristin Morris because first of all he made all the comments about I don't know time. So that would be very ironic and funny if he was wearing a brand new watch. I mean, of all the things to market, I mean, during a trial, wouldn't that be the funniest and most ironic thing to do? It's got to be Tristin. And then multiple people reach out to me, confirmed to me that he did share a picture of him and Dave on his Instagram story, which nobody got a screenshot of apparently, or else I would have shared it by now. But it was Tristin Morris. So they did meet Tristin Morris down there. He goes up to them. He's like, I'm in the Kara Reed trial. Can I promote your merch? Give me a free watch. Shows about how seriously these people are taking the trial, doesn't it? So there's that. Okay. So that's Dave Portnoy's involvement. Okay. Let me jump on to the next thing before I do some turtle chats. Let's talk about Amy DeAngelis, shall we? The person I called before. All right. Let me do it. Let me make sure I have this too. I think I have it here. Let's see. All right. All right. So most of you probably don't know who Amy DeAngelis is. I've never written about her or anything like that. I didn't know her before any of this. During the Free Karen Reed movement, I've met a lot of people, a lot of them online. She's one of them. And she became an admin of the Justice for John and Karen Facebook group early on. She seemed like one of these really zealous people who, firmly believed in Karen Reed's innocence. And, if you search her name in the Justice for John and Karen Facebook group, you'll find tons of shit. Let me see what we got here. Let me see some more. So this is Amy. Let's see. She lives in Westerly, Rhode Island. And again, I don't know anything about her prior. She's like a liberal activist when you go on her page. And her and I, message. So like she shares shit like this on her page, right? So this is me the day that I'm arrested. And she says, I love the glasses. Brave, brash, and sexy. Nice. So she thinks I'm sexy and brave and brash. So that's cool. And she says stuff like she would always defend the wall, like big time. Like, let's see what she says here. This is the realtor they believe who sold 34 Fairview Road. And she says, Fairview, you sold 34 Fairview and instructed buyers not to take any photos. Care to explain why? What can you tell us about the basement? It's shameless of you to come into this group, support an absolute troll, pass yourself off as a neutral party, and lecture us. So she's really defending the wall there, and she says about Karen Reed, an innocent woman is being framed for murder, and Erica was brave to step up and support her. She doesn't deserve the slander thrown at her. Okay. So defending the wall pretty hard there. Pretty hard. And let's see what else she said. No, not that one. We'll get to that one in a bit. She would message me all the time, always kissing my ass, saying, such a great photo. So brave, brash, and sexy. This is the day I was arrested. I hope it's not true, but if it is, stand tall. This is the day. This is last December 2023. Thank you for talking about this case. I hope you consider inviting Aidan Kearney on. He's the journalist that brought this to light. He knows every detail of the case and welcomes questions and different perspectives. Thanks, Amy. We'll get to that in a bit. Let's see. But she was like one of these like know-it-alls. Like she would always have. I'll come back to that one. Remind me to come back to that. No, we don't want that one. Or that one. Okay. Yeah. Here she is sharing a podcast. This podcast was about Barry McGuire from Boston Confidential did a podcast when I was in jail defending me, saying Lindsay Gattani's a liar. Amy promotes it. She called it a great episode that sets the facts of the case, right? About me. So again, brave, brash, and sexy. No argument there. Here she is sharing Ken Mello with the Don't Poke the Turtle shirt and says, who is wearing free Karen Reed merch gear today? Show us in the comments what you're doing to raise awareness to help Karen Reed and Aidan. All right, cool. Thanks. What else do we have here? Oh, here she is sending me pictures of Natalie that I used in the blog about Natalie. Okay. So she's sent me those. And I go, thank you for helping me expose Natalie. Those are great. Black Lives Matter. Okay, great. Awesome. Here she is talking shit about Sean in the Gulf to someone, saying, I appreciated Sean for talking about crime scene investigations, but he lost me when he attacked the Roccos last summer. He says he's sober, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What else do we have here? Okay. No, we'll get to that. We had some good ones there. I have a whole bunch of these. They're not organized. Oh, this is a good one. On September 3rd, she sent an email to Elizabeth Proctor at work. So I got charged with felony witness intimidation when I contacted Liz at work. Amy DeAngelis contacts Liz Proctor at work and says, in case anyone is wondering if Lizzie still has a job. Okay. And there's that. So she posted a screenshot of the email that she sent harassing witnesses. All right. We'll get to that. And then she says here, has anyone checked in on Lizzie and Michael Proctor? Making fun of them October 1st. Not only is Proctor a corrupt, soulless criminal, he's also cheap. All right. All right. So, pretty diehard free Kearney person, not just believes in it, but like, contacts various witnesses and runs the page and is really, really involved in it. So, she seemed pretty down. I didn't know her though, and I never trusted her because there was some weird shit going on that I started bringing to people's attention where I'm like, I don't trust this bitch. And for instance, I noticed like this, like she was denying posts like this that said, this is in June 23rd. Someone says, I hope and pray after this that the fundraising support will continue for Turtleboy, the Canton 9, and Janelle. Let's not forget them. And she declined it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you decline that? And so I messaged her and I'm like, what the fuck? And then she approved this. Okay. And I was pissed about this. So she approved a message. Somebody shared I kept my mother's passing. I didn't tell anyone about it because I didn't want a million people coming up to me and saying, I'm sorry. I just didn't want that to happen. All right. People are going to find out eventually, but I didn't want it broadcast to the world. I didn't want it shared. I didn't want the obituary shared. I didn't want to turn my mother's death into content. Okay. And so I didn't want anything like that shared on the page. And Amy allows somebody to share her obituary on there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Okay. And then somebody in the comments says, if he didn't, reads my mind. Sarah goes, if he didn't tell us, he might not have wanted to make this known. I know this from experience. Please consider removing this post. I know it's meant with love, but he will tell us when he's ready. Exactly. That's like the decent thing to do. You know what I mean? And I'm not blaming the poster. I'm blaming the person who approved it, which was her. So to me, this is like a red flag, right? But instead of accepting that, she goes, there were several posts in the queue about the obituary is published. I'm sure Turtleboy would appreciate the support in this post. So she's speaking for me. I'm sure he would appreciate, bitch, you ain't sure as shit. And I'm like, who is this bitch? Why is this bitch so involved? And who is she? And I'm like, I've never met Amy DeAngelis. She's never been to a single standout, a single protest. Who is this? Is this bitch even real? Like, who is this woman? And why does she have admin access to the page? And this was a disagreement that I had with the other admins. And it was something that Nick Rocco and I got into an argument over. Okay. Was Amy DeAngelis. I'm like, I don't trust her. And she was a defender of the Roccos. And, they defended her. And everybody makes mistakes. I think I was right about that one. I'm not right about everything, but I think I was right about this one. Okay. And so, I go, I don't want her to be an admin anymore. This was kind of the beginning of the fallout that I had with the Roccos. That lasted only like a month or so. We're fine now. Everybody knows that. So we're all on the same team working for justice, etc. So Amy was really like the thing that we argued over though. Because I'm like, I don't trust her. And I took her off as an admin and they wanted to keep her on. And they kind of like, vouched for her. And I'm like, I just don't trust the bitch. I don't trust her. And I go, I want to add my own people. And that's really what we argued over was who would be an admin on the group. Okay. And so because, this is now we're up to like July and Amy is still being like, I care about Turtleboy and blah, blah, blah. This is July 2024. And then out of nowhere, in like December, she says this. So this is her Twitter. She at DeAngelis 28. I believe Lindsay Gattani, even though she previously shared a podcast in which Barry Maguire says that Lindsay Gattani is a liar. So, because I believe Lindsay Gattani, and I support her in any way I can. I look forward to the witness list. Be careful who you harass. So she's like, I'm a witness or some shit. Like everybody thinks they're a fucking witness. And so she says like, oh, I believe. So that's like fighting words. Like if you're like, I believe the woman crying rape, like you're just trolling at this point. She doesn't actually believe a word Lindsay Gattani is saying. She's just mad at me. She's just mad at me. So this is like September of 2024. Okay. And I show the other admins this. I'm like, she can't be an admin anymore. Look what she's defending fake victim. Like, can't have that. Can't have that. And they agreed and they took her off. Okay. But I go, how long until she says Karen Reed's guilty? Because this is the rabbit hole that they always go down. They always start with Turtleboy bad. That's how it always starts. Then that transforms into Karen Reed guilty. Every fucking time. Never fails. I've seen it so many times. And this is a woman who was an admin of her entire identity revolved around Karen Reed being innocent. And she actually posted this. So because I made a post saying, how long until this bitch says Karen Reed's guilty? And she goes, my opinion on Karen Reed never changed, Aidan. So I still believe Karen's innocent. I witnessed you threatening others. Let's leave it at that. You should know better than to contact me. Ooh, she always talks in this like ominous tone, like she's a fucking know-it-all. And she was that way as an admin, and I didn't like that about her. Like she acted like she knew fucking everything. Ooh, you better not. This is her way of saying you better not contact me. I'm a witness. She's just deputized herself as a witness. They always do that. They call themselves a witness, and then they say, you can't talk to me. You can't talk to me. But she says here on 10/9/24, Karen Reed's still innocent. You're a jerk, Aidan. I don't like you. But I'm not going to be one of those other ratchets. I'm not going to be one of the ratchets. I'm not going to prove your point for you, because my point is that everybody who thinks Karen Reed's guilty just doesn't like me. But Amy's like, no, I'm going to be the principled one. I'm going to be the one who says Aidan sucks, but Karen Reed's also innocent. I'm going to be that rare person. I'm going to prove you wrong, Turtleboy. Oh, yeah. You'll see. You'll see. And then she did exactly what, as you're going to see, exactly what I knew she was going to do. And let me pull this up. Let me get it 1 second. Let me find it. All right. Give me a minute. I got a whole bunch of screenshots, and they're not in any particular order. You got to see the message, the tip she sent me. Okay, here it is. Check this out. So this is what I mean by a know-it-all. This message is from November of 2023. She sends me this. Check this out. Amy is from Westerly, Rhode Island. She lives in Westerly, Rhode Island. And again, if you missed it earlier, I called her. Let me call her one more time. Maybe she missed the call. She's not a witness, so I can call her. I think it's, yeah. The 401-413-1890.
401-413-1890 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Amy. It's your friend Aidan. You might know me as the guy that you referred to as bold, brash, and sexy. Emphasis on sexy. Or no, bold, brave, and sexy. So thank you for those very kind words. Anyway, I was just revisiting some of our messages here, and you sent me a message in which you said that a motion to dismiss was just allowed in state court because Brian Higgins was the lead witness and he was not called to be the witness in the stand. Something is definitely up. Then followed by saying he cannot testify for state or federal, which means someone may have flipped on him. And it's a huge coincidence. Don't know if you have a source to confirm it, but it's in the, okay. So you told me a big tip about this, but that turned out to be complete bullshit, didn't it? So I just want to know who your source was. Okay. Because, you know, you said there were indictments coming and on November 16th. And then I go, who am I being indicted? And you said, no, the McAlberts are. So you told me on November 16th, the McAlberts were getting indicted, that you had sources and they weren't. So I'm wondering who your source was. And if you could give me a call back. And I'm just wondering, what's it like to hang out with, I mean, how empty is your life where you had to find solace and friendship with somebody called Crusty Panties? Is that what what does rock bottom feel like? I've never really hit rock bottom, but that must be it. If the only friend you can make in life is a woman who abused her children and is nicknamed Crusty Panties, that's gotta, how does that feel? That's my question for you. So give me a call back when you get this. Bye. All right. Anyway, so this is the kind of know-it-all she is. Like this is what I mean. These people that like, oh, I have sources and the McAlberts. She was just fucking annoying. She wanted to be a lot more important than she actually was. And I'm like, something was up about this bitch. I just didn't trust her. I can't stand people like that. Anyway, as you saw in one of these messages she sends me, like even as late as March, you know, she's telling me, oh, here she is. Please add me to your list of helpers. And gives me her email, amy.deangelis28@gmail.com. Great show last night. I love your offense strategy. Hang in there. We love you. You have an army. We have an army behind you. We love you, Aidan. You're the best. Please let me be an admin for longer so I can kiss your ass some more. You bold, brave, and sexy man, you. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there's that. Oh, there she is. Yeah, bold, brave, sexy, awesome. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then somewhere, like she claimed she wasn't going to go full Karen Reed is guilty. But the time machine shows that this is a lie. This is a lie. Okay, so this is what she has become. So she is the person who is now this is a woman whose life goal is to be important. She liked being an admin on the Facebook group because that made her feel important. Like, I don't know how she became an admin. I don't even fucking know where she came from. I don't know who she was. She didn't follow me before any of this, but just kisses my ass because she realizes I'm important and she's not. And, you know, like this is how she gets whatever. And so once I figure her out and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, she still wants to feel important. She's like Natalie. This is what these people do. They still want to feel useful. They still want to feel important. And so they're like, you know what? I could just go away, but it's just not in my DNA. So I am going to run to Crusty Panties because that's my only option right now. I'm going to run to the mentally ill woman who abused her own children. And I am going to have to lower myself and and pretend I like her. Because I want to get back at Turtleboy. Because I'm mad at Turtleboy. I trust Kate Peter, no question. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, sure you do. Let's see. I don't think Aidan Kearney realizes the frequency and severity of beatings he's going to receive in prison. Oh, wow. Sounds serious. I don't think I'm going to prison, Amy dear, but go ahead. Aidan really likes gay porn. Big black cock. That's news to me. Ooh. I kind of agree. It was stupid to make me an admin. Oh, she's acting like I'm like a deep fake. But the Commonwealth appreciates the files I sent. I hope we can see them during the trials. It's pretty damning. How important does this chick think she is? Like, newsflash, Amy, whatever you sent the Commonwealth, they're not going to use. She sent like screenshots of our admin group chat or whatever. And of like the Roccos and me, like, I think it was the Roccos during the Turtleboy Rocco War of May and June 2000, the Great Turtleboy Rocco War of the late spring 2024. Obviously we both said disparaging things about each other during that time period, and Amy DeAngelis has screenshots of them, and she's like, "Ooh," so it's like Jenna Rocco saying disparaging. Again, I'm over it. We're fine now. Be very clear. Saying disparaging things about me. And then she's like, bringing that to, she's like, oh, I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm going to send it to the Commonwealth. This unverified hearsay from Jenna Rocco, she thinks is going to get me convicted of something. I don't fucking know. Like, this is how retarded this woman is. Again, this is the same woman telling me in 2023 that the McAlberts are about to be indicted. She just wants to feel important. You see what I'm saying? A person like this just they can't live a normal life. They just have to get involved in drama. It's what they're drawn to. And so she's like, I have to get involved in this. I have to share screenshots. I have to be useful to somebody. I'm not useful to them anymore, so I'll be useful to them. But nothing's happened. She's been saying since, like, she told me I was going to get arrested before the Halloween party. I wasn't. Indictments are coming, blah, 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 blah. Now that they have the screenshots of the group chat, newsflash, Amy, you ain't going to get shit out of screenshots for the group chat. Ain't going to happen. Even Hank's not using that. And that motherfucker uses everything. But anyway, it's pretty damning. I don't think it is. What'd she say here? Narcissism is strong. Anything to drum up more donos for her lavish lifestyle. So now she's turning on Karen. Remember, it was just anti-Turtleboy. Karen panders to the jackasses who have put her murderous flat ass on a pedestal. Oh, no, that's not her saying that. She's saying she and Turtleboy are examples of narcissism on drugs. Bitch, you kissed Karen Reed's ass forever. Oh, Turtleboy canceled his live. Oh, he went to court alone. There must be something going on there. Oh, no. She figured it out. Yeah, so Karen's classless. Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe and conspired. Oh, sure she did. When are you going to focus on Karen Reed's victims? Bitch, you were like, how do these people say this shit with a straight face when you were literally on record a million times being like, not just Karen Reed, I think Karen Reed's innocent. You literally led the fucking group. You're like, you believed in it so much that you were leading the fucking group, raising money, kissing ass is like, how is anyone this fake? I don't get it. Like, how can anybody live life this fake? It's just fucking crazy. She's a genius on everything, though. Talking about ecstatic gators. I don't know what the fucking end of this shit is. Chris Evans says, what do you guys think about the Karen Reed case? This is not Captain America. Yeah. So glad you're asking. Karen Reed killed him. Her innocence fraud campaign is unprecedented. She's working with a disgraced blogger to intimidate and harass witnesses. Imagine, like, having to be Krusty Panty's PR person. Yikes. Yikes. What else do we have here? Please do not believe the rumor that the second grand jury returned no true bill. I can't share any more details on this. So she knows about the grand jury, the secretive grand jury. She knows all about it. This bitch just wants to sound important. Amy, come on the show. Come on. Let's call her one more time. I got to call. Maybe she missed my call. I don't know. Maybe her ringer was off. Let's call her one more time.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 401413189. 0 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Amy. Just calling you back. Maybe your ringer's off. It's your big, sexy, brave friend here, Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy. He's big black cock Turtleboy, I guess you call me. Just wanted to see here. You posted like 6 months ago that the grand jury was about to indict me. I wanted to know when that's coming, just so I can get my affairs in order. So if you could give me a call back and we could talk about this, and then we could talk about you kidnapping your child and going into the mental health clinic because of drug use. You seem to know a lot about that. So give me a call back when you get this. Bye. Okay. So I'm going to be indicted. What else do we have here? And then she's in the Discord trying to like, kind of win these people over, prove to them that like, oh, I'm useful. Like she just wants to be useful. She says, "Hi all, it's Amy, the former admin. I'm in Warwick down the street from the Land Rover dealership and tempted to drop in and see Nate." Oh, so she's going to harass Karen Reed's brother. Michael Proctor was right. Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. What? How can she? Michael Proctor was right. Bitch, do you remember what you said before? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? What? Michael Proctor was right. How the fuck are you going to say Michael Proctor's right? Now she's saying this. I hope Proctor is reinstated and sues Aidan Kearney. What? Where'd that come from? Proctor was right. Bitch, that's not what you were saying here. You said he's soulless. Pick a lane, bitch. These people don't even hide the fact that they stand for nothing. They don't even hide it. They're just like, basically, whoever I'm mad at this week, that's what I'm going to believe. Whoever, that's it. They're all mentally ill. Fake victim. Crusty. I mean, you go to Twisted Tragedies. How many people are there like this? That's true. I did believe Karen Reed was innocent. Oh, so, okay. So why'd you change your mind? I realized the truth. And Kate and Kevin were helpful when I cooperated. Cooperate. Bitch, you ain't that important. Cooperated. So basically, I joined a cult led by someone called Krusty and Plevin. And now I believe my whole life was dedicated to Karen Reed's innocent. And now it's dedicated to the exact opposite. And it has nothing to do with me being mad at Aidan Kearney. Nothing. Okay. She manipulated and used the children as leverage. That's why they wanted her gone. She's an expert in this shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's doing the whole Henry Blue is Turtleboy is Karen Reed thing. If you think Henry Blue is Karen Reed, you're too far retarded. Like Henry Blue tweets throughout the Karen Reed hearings. So if you think it's Karen Reed, you're fucking retarded. She's panicking. Oh yeah, sure she is. Aidan isn't going to do well. Racism is well documented. Oh, you got someone. Let me guess. The phone, you getting static? Usually that means static. Let's see. Okay. I'm not going to change the fact that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe and left him to die in the snow. Oh, yeah, sure. She has a prescription pill problem. Oh, wait. Well, let's check out your police reports in a minute. Oh, yeah. The reality is Aidan Kearney is very likely going to prison and will endure a lengthy sentence. His co-conspirators are very nervous, as they should be. Okay. Thank you to everyone who reached out on both sides. Oh, yeah. So important. You'll have much bigger problems than a couple women comparing notes on your public behavior. The wildest part of this is the unshakable belief that you and Merber are going to walk away from this. It's coming. I can promise you that. So that was 6 months ago. Didn't happen. Oh, this is her. This is her in 2023. Kate Peters deserves times in the clink. I hope she takes advantage of prison services and gets clean. Oh, right. Right. That's right. Okay. Jen could have called 911 at 12:45. Instead, John is dead. She's going to prison. Oh, yeah. Denise, are you going to take custody of the kids when Jennifer and Matt go to prison? Stay strong for Jen. Jen McCabe needs to get all the good wishes she can in prison. Prison will not be kind to her. It's a common everybody she doesn't like is going to prison. This was a different person and you know it. Stop drinking and get help, Kate. You will not like prison, I promise. She just threatens prison on everyone. Aidan Kearney's already facing prison. Oh, yeah, he's going to prison. Right. Okay. Kate is not a thief. She is a zealous advocate for the O'Keefe family. She's highly trusted and selfless. Stop a cat attacking people. You look unhinged. Yes. You look unhinged. Leave Kate Peter alone. Also, Kate Peter deserves time in jail. Okay. His kids at least have the chance when he's convicted. They'll be able to grow up without him. That one stings. That one stings. It wouldn't matter. Like, I don't give a shit. It's just like anybody who knows me knows how much I love my kids and vice versa, and how much fun we have together. And so it's like this shit means fucking nothing to me when ratchets like her say, because I ain't never been charged with kidnapping my kids, Amy. We're gonna get to you in a moment. Go, Lindsay. Okay, how about this theory? She goes, he was a Boy Scout, and I think the oldest of 6 or 7 kids, and both parents had busy careers. Sounds like spare the rod, spoil a child was how his parents handled him. Oh. So is she saying I was sexually assaulted? What is she saying? Okay. He's an alleged rapist. Okay. Yeah. So that's Amy. Well, and her son, Simon, is like, so here's her son, Simon, who's recently charged with vandalism and disorderly conduct. Okay. We'll get to that. Anything else here? I want to read the police report we got on her. TB knows I have sauces. My son does not have a criminal record. Okay. But you're a drug user, Turtleboy. Blah, 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 blah. Sure I am. Oh, here she is emailing Liz Proctor. Who's this? Oh, this is her criminal son, Simon, that she kidnapped. So there's Simon DeAngelis. Okay. We're going to get to that in a second. Oh, she says I have herpes here. No herpes. No herpes. I'm clean. I got tested in jail. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit freaked out by the fake victim. There was no outbreaks or anything like that. But, after that, you're like, holy shit. That was ill-advised. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should have wrapped that one up. And, but the good part about being in medical is you can get tested for every STD possible. And I got them all tested. I'm clean. 1000% clean. So I did that. That was a good, I probably never would have done that if I wasn't in jail. So that was good. I got clean, if you will. Let's see. And on her page, she's just always posting. This is Aidan Kearney posting under an alt account. She does this to everyone. Everybody, she just calls me. She's calling me. What's this one? How about sick that they're blaming Colin, that poor kid. And then she says this. Colin called her at 12:30. Why didn't you include that in your article? You can't make this shit up, folks. You can't make poor Colin. Meanwhile, Colin did it, she's saying other times. All right, cool. All right. So let me close that out. We got this police report here about Amy. Let's read this. It's going to be a good show tonight. We got a long show. We're almost done. Not almost, but okay. So Guido DeAngelis, his name's fucking Guido, the baby daddy, I guess. Okay. The parties were married in New York. Simon DeAngelis was born in 99 in Providence. Okay. The dad wants sole custody. He filed a complaint for divorce and sought sole custody of Simon. Miss DeAngelis had self-admitted to Rhode Island Hospital Psychiatric Care Unit in 2010 due to suicidal ideation and substance abuse. She was transferred to the Star Rehab in North Kingstown, Rhode Island until her release on April 8th. So it's like the fake victim. Same shit. She was given the option of going home with her husband or be admitted to a halfway house. Her husband, in this restraining order case, agreed to bring her home. So that's, bitch, you live in a halfway house. Talk about me. I ain't never lived in a halfway house. I'll tell you that much. I'm a lot of things, but okay. On April 10th, the plaintiff left the home with the party's minor children. So she gets out of the loony bin and immediately kidnaps the kid. 3 hours later, the defendant became extremely concerned and started calling the plaintiff. She answered and said, "You want a divorce? You got it." He then went to the Johnston Police Department to file a report. She took the kid. On April 19th, the Justice of the Rhode Island Family Court issued an order directing that Simon DeAngelis be brought home to Rhode Island forthwith. A copy is attached. Okay. She left the state of Rhode Island with the party's minor child in an attempt to establish jurisdiction in Massachusetts. She unilaterally removed the child from school where he's attended for the last 6 years. Everything she's done has been self-serving and detrimental to the minor child's well-being. And she's talking about my kids. The only contact the minor child has had in Massachusetts has been fleeting, and due to his mother's abduction. Bitch, you abducted a kid. I ain't never abducted a kid. You will never see any court documents with the word abduction and me in it. It is abundantly clear Rhode Island was the home state of the minor child. Massachusetts was not the minor child's home state. The child is not absent from Massachusetts due to a parent removing him. Rather, he is absent from Rhode Island due to her actions. She literally just fled there. She has nothing to do with Massachusetts and just went and got out of there. The plaintiff in this case, alleged to be in such fear, has been blogging on the internet. She couldn't shut the fuck up even back then, giving the world information about her exploits and her new life as Harbor Girl. Harbor Girl. Should the plaintiff feel the need for protection from alleged abuse, she may file one in Rhode Island, as she has in the past, alleging the same unsubstantiated allegations. So she took the kid. She got out of the loony bin, and then she kidnapped her kid, and now her kid's a shitbag who gets arrested all the time. And this is a good job. And she has the audacity to talk about my parenting. So that is Amy DeAngelis is the epitome of like turtle derangement syndrome and the average person who thinks Karen Reed is guilty. That's it. They're all fucking crazy bitches. Okay. So that's that. Let me read some turtle chats and then we'll get to my last rant about pro Karen Reed people I don't like. Okay. A-Rod sends $10 and goes, Portnoy says Karen Reed is not sympathetic. Jen and Kerry were not sectioned. Should we say Jen and Kerry are not sympathetic? I don't understand the question, but thank you, A-Rod. A-Rod sends $10 and goes, Portnoy obviously has no kids. That's true. He does not have kids. When my girls didn't come home and they didn't answer their phones, my first thought was, oh my God, my girls are dead. It's a normal reaction, especially when we all have phones. Right. I mean, that sounds morbid, But it's like, it is natural to worry, man. Like they're not here. Like you know what I mean? When you just feel so much better when they're here. Like if I could just hear your voice, you're like, oh, thank God. You would feel so much better. But until you hear their voice or until they're right in front of you, you're just fucking worried. Like you're not convinced 100% that they're alive. You're not. But if you could hear their voice, you would be. But until then, until you hear their voice, you're like, you have so much anxiety that like you can't help but think the worst. That's a natural reaction. Totally. Next. A-Rod sends $10 and goes, did you hear the audit guy say after Peter Murphy comment that he would not, since there is an ongoing investigation? I don't understand the question. After Peter Murphy comment, I don't know what Peter Murphy comment is. So thank you. Nobody sends $10 and goes, hey Doc, just so you know, I watch a smaller YouTube channel who watched the doc and came away convinced Karen didn't do it. Okay. Oh, and then I remind me to talk about the crime junkie person too before we leave. That Brandy Churchwell's on, because I got a beef with this woman too. Okay, this is a long one from Jen Logan, sends $10. Goes, you can read this later. Your rant on Video Jesus. I just went frame by frame myself finding AI shit. I'm no professional, but now I can't unsee all the. Okay, so this is a long thing. I'll read that later. Thank you. Johnny D sends $10 and goes, the Video Jesus lady has credibly shown how the Commonwealth uses doctored video clips, including live in court, with a spoofed version of the Exavision player using open source tools to imitate the CPD security systems player. So stop right there, Johnny D. I have no fucking clue what any of that means, and neither do you. Okay? You don't know any, and that's my whole fucking point is she just goes on and on about these like what the fuck is Exavision? Like I'm supposed to fucking know that. Shut the fuck up. Thanks for the $10, but shut the fuck up. And she hasn't credibly shown anything. Name one thing she's done that the defense has used. One. Name one fucking thing the defense has put in motion that they got from Video Jesus. Can you do that? No, you can't. I can't speak to why she irritates you, but she's smart. The fuck do you know? Like, what the fuck do you know? She's a woman on the internet you don't know. And you're like, she's smart. You're the ideal target. Thank you for the $10, but you're stupid and you're the ideal target for her. You will believe anything as long as she says words that you don't know the meaning of. Okay? And she got the goods on the Commonwealth's fraud and deception. Hope she's not alienated and folks embrace what she's saying. Okay, thank you. Sarah sends $5 and goes, Uncle Turtleboy, award-winning journalist. Just so you know, I replay the Paulo Queef video over and over. It never gets old. Also, could someone change their handle to :blow? Cheers from Oklahoma. Thank you. Free Canary. Appreciate that. Marisa sends $10, goes, Turtleboy, sorry to say, but you are never speechless, but seem to be when you get these very flattering comments from these chicks being wet panties over you. But this is not one. I just crave a glazed donut nowadays for some reason. I mean, it's just very direct. It's like, okay, thank you. A-Rod sends $10 and goes, did you see the motion the defense filed asking for payments of witnesses being paid not to testify? Also payments of witnesses to change their testimony. Yes, that is interesting. We'll see what comes from that. No comment. Bob Brown sends $10 and goes, Turtleboy, did we ever find out how Proctor got Karen Reed's medical information hours after the murder? HIPAA is one thing, but texting or medical records sounds criminal. Did he have it hours afterwards? I know that David Yannetti talked about MS in court and other things, so I'm not entirely sure about that. So thank you. Liz sends $5, goes, I think Colin hit John. He fell back, hit his head on the concrete basement stairs, and bit his tongue. Thank you, Liz. Leslie from Charleston, South Carolina, sends $5 and goes, did you or anyone in the chat think it was a mistake to call the jurors from the first trial retards? Perhaps more jurors would have come forward, but I don't think anyone on the fence would now. I don't care. I don't think those retards on the jury were ever going to come on no matter what I said. So there's that. Thank you. Jessica sends $50, goes, "Hey, Dr. Double Dono, another $50 from the twins in Cali for our 50th birthday. We wish you the best in the future and thank you for everything you do. You are a warrior for the truth and justice. We love you." Well, happy goddamn birthday, twins out there in Cali. Love you guys. Crystal sends $10, goes, "I had a blast last night. Thank you to all. P.S. Erica, I love your dance moves. Great job. Thank you very much." Okay. All right. Let me see if there's any cash apps here. There's a couple. All right. First one is from Leslie. Sends $5 and goes, "Stop calling the jurors retards. Need interviews." Okay. Charles sends $10, goes, "What do you think Auntie Bev wears under her robe?" I don't want to know, bro. I do not want to know, sir. Thank you very much. All right, cool. If anyone else wants their message read, click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat, or you can cash at me at $Uncle Turtle Boy. All right. Give me 1 sec. I gotta get a drink and 1 sec. Let me find the video for you guys. What can I play here? Any videos that are like 2 minutes long I could play? Hold on.
Yeah, you're gonna look up my name. I get it. Okay, but I know how much comes up on my name, and that bothers me to a certain extent, just because my daughter and I were talking about all this. Because I'll be straightforward with everybody here. When I first got this information, I went to my children, who are 12 and 15. They're not little kids or whatever, and I said, "I have some really incriminating information on Aidan." They obviously know who he is at this point. What should I do with it? And my son said, "Well, if it's going to hurt his family, I wouldn't do it because you're going to look petty and hypocritical. And, it hurt us a lot. And I don't want to do that to anyone else." And I said, "Okay, my daughter, who has been much more affected because Aidan has really focused on her, and she's 15 years old, said, fucking bury him." All right.
Ship off the old block.
She did, though. Yeah. And one thing that she said to me today when we were discussing this is, she goes, "If I look up Kate Peters' daughter, the first thing that comes up is all this nasty shit about me." And she's 15 years old. She's 15 years old. I would say, and I'm not trying to extort anyone here. I would say that an easy way to quell my rage and all this would be if maybe, no, never mind. It doesn't matter either way. There was one point when I really wanted everything about my daughter taken down, but the damage has been done at this point. It would be an empty victory if anything about my daughter was taken down. I can't imagine victimizing a child like that, particularly one that has had a rough upbringing, because I've been very forthright about that. My children have issues, and some of them have to do with me. I can't imagine wanting to re-victimize them on the internet, but that is what Aidan has done. So I'm really, really, really trying not to do that with his children. I don't want them to look up their father one day and go, "Wow, my father is a drug-addicted, narcissistic, hateful, cruel, philandering piece of shit." He is that, but I don't want to make that too prominent on the internet, because his children don't deserve to see that. It's not their fault. That's still their father. They love him, and I'm sure that he loves them. He's just not obviously capable of prioritizing them, right?
Okay. So imagine ever talking about anyone's parenting skills when you're most famous for losing 2 of your kids. I'm just saying that's a topic I'd avoid if I had that kind of background. Give me 1 sec. I gotta get rid of this fucking shit. Go away. Oh no, that's too much. Nope, that's too much again. All right. You know what? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Whatever. All right. Oh, that's gonna annoy me. Whatever. Hold on. Let's stick with this. All right, cool. What else are we going to talk about? All right, cool. So last thing. Yeah, I gotta just talk about some of the shits because I'm so sick of misinformation out there. You know, I talked to my guy Barry Lewis the other day. We're cool now. I have nothing against him. But like this, I saw this shit. Okay, we gotta share this. Okay, so this is from an account called Boozy Beauty, and I've met this person before. I had nothing against her, still don't. She's a free Canary person, but she's on TikTok, and I think I first met her at the Labor Day standouts, I think, in Weymouth. She's like, I have a TikTok. I'm like, okay, I'd never seen her before. And then she came to the first Canton trivia night without a ticket. And just kind of, I don't know if I wasn't there. This is what the door guy told me, that like she'd have a ticket and she just thought she'd get in free because, I mean, it's a fucking fundraiser. I mean, it was bizarre. But anyway, she has a TikTok, and I looked at their TikTok timeline today, and it's like she only talked about Taylor Swift until June of 2024. That's when she first started like writing about the Karen Reed case. And again, whatever, but people send me her shit all the time, and I'm like, I have a problem with misinformation when it comes from our side. Okay, so she shares this video. Canton police caught on camera how ring footage destroys the Commonwealth's theory on John O'Keefe's murder, and live now on TikTok and YouTube. So I click on it. Okay, I click the video, and this is what I come to.
Reed killed John O'Keefe, then why was the Canton Police Department watching over her the evening John O'Keefe was murdered? You heard me right. Karen Reed was being watched over. Someone was staking out One Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home, as Karen Reed was asleep. This is not a conspiracy. It's on video, and many of you missed it. Karen Reed left John O'Keefe's home at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to look for him. It is only 8 seconds later that we see a Canton Police Department vehicle with their lights on following her. And it was all discovered on John O'Keefe's Ring camera. Take a look at this.
What? Okay, so what's this? What do we got there? Oh, it's a light. Okay, it's a light. All right, okay.
I want to say thank you to Video Jesus Abby, one of my friends, over on Twitter, because it was actually on one of John Camo's Canton Chronicle with Eric on YouTube, one of their lives, that she pointed this out.
Okay.
We have red, blue, and then it's going behind that bush.
There's the blue. Yep. There's the blue red.
Yep. See, there's blue multiple times. I mean, you can literally count at least like 10 frames of blue, because again, this is slowed down. So this is like slow-mo.
Like right there. I'm looking right at blue right there.
So again, this is, I guess, an expert. So again, this is, I have to call out. I wouldn't say anything like this if I didn't have a million people sending me this shit, and it annoys the fuck out of me. They're like, did you see this? She's being tailed. It's like, and now I have a fucking responsibility now. I could just ignore it, but so many people see this shit, and it's like, it makes us look bad. Okay. It makes us, I don't want to be associated with that. I'm not on any side. I'm on the side of the truth. That's what I'm on. And if people start posting things that are untrue, I have a responsibility to correct the record if these untrue things are starting to be heard by lots of people. It was the same dilemma I had with Sean on the Gulf. It's like, he's on our side, but he's making shit up. How long do I bite my tongue with this shit? Do I have a responsibility to say something? You know, do I want to start a war here? Like, people like this person, whatever. Okay. But this is fucking insane. Why the fuck would the Canton police be following around Karen Reed at 507? Like they're sitting there. So what is the fucking theory here? That they're following her? Why? Why? What do they want to say? Like what? Who, like what? And your entire thing is Video Jesus. That source. Video G. And that's why Video Jesus needs to be called out too. It's like, have you seen her fucking resume? I mean, have you? Who does she work for? What? I mean, it's just like what the it's like the bitches on TikTok. I don't trust them. I don't trust TikTokers.
Yeah, so I mean, we go this, right? And then even when it goes behind the trees, we still see the same pattern.
Oh, okay.
So we see blue again. Like this is not, and it doesn't really look like an ambulance or anything like that to me. So that's where I'm like, see blue again, blue. So we still have this consistent pattern, but wait for it. So this is where it should come out of the bush, right? And then it will cut. It cuts. So it seems to always cut on very convenient times. Like, why did it cut right at that moment?
My friend Abby is not from Massachusetts, but I sure am. And if you're from Massachusetts, you may be aware of the Mass General Law C90, I don't know, 70, I don't know how to say that, display of red or blue lights on vehicles. I personally once was a Jeep owner and I wanted to once put colored lights.
Apparently those are so she cracked the case. The Canton police for some reason are again, so many people send me her shit and like, you should check this out. She's awesome. Is she? I'm trying not to be mean here, but it's like, you know, when you enter the so apparently some people were like saying the same shit I was like, that sounds like you're making us all sound like crazy conspiracy theorists. And so then she makes a follow-up video.
Was absolutely being followed by a police officer when she pulled out of John O'Keefe's home before they had found John's body. I saw a lot of comments in my last video about how this and that about the lights, and it could be reflecting off the snow, and it could be amber lights.
Yeah.
Now, let me show you again what the video is.
Okay. Okay.
This is what we're seeing 8 seconds after Karen Reed pulls out of John O'Keefe's house. I think some of you are getting confused. The headlights with some amber lights.
What?
Those are the headlights. The colored lights are coming from the roof of the vehicle. If you don't believe me, here's that same video zoomed in. So
What?
this
Okay,
is that very same footage just clipped to when you see the vehicle coming down Pleasant Street. The only thing I did was zoom in. It hides behind a bush, and then the video ends. Let's watch that again. Okay. Same clip. Same thing. You see the headlights. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Goes behind the tree and bush, and then the video ends. Red, blue. I wonder what that is. If that's not enough, look at this video from March 16th, 2022 in Canton. Oh, red, blue, wee woo, Can PD, red and blue, wee woo, red and blue. And finally, from Trial 1, Lieutenant Gallagher was asked about this dash cam video footage from 1/29/2022 at 7 in the morning. Fire's already gone. There's no fire left. Red, blue, red, blue. And as a reminder, per Massachusetts.
Okay. So that's and again, I'm sorry if people don't like it. I don't give a fuck. When you enter the content arena and you start sharing opinions, your opinions are fair game for criticism. I realize that because I'm Turtleboy and I have a big platform and people are going to call me a bully. I have a right to fucking talk. Okay. I have a right to share opinions. Just because I have a bigger platform than other people doesn't mean I'm going to shut the fuck up if I have an opinion. Okay. It's not bullying. I'm not picking on this woman, whatever. She's entering the content arena Okay. And when you enter a content creator arena, you're ripe for criticism when you're fucking bullshit. And it's not the first time. I've thought this for a while with this person, and it's fucking annoying. The shit that she, like, I didn't say anything. It was the same with Sean in the golf. Like, I didn't say anything because I don't want to start shit, but this ain't the first time. Okay. This happened. I want to share this one from late September or early October. Okay. She says that she was stalked after visiting a protest because she's a really important person. Just watch this.
Driving to and from work on 2 separate occasions,
Stalked.
2 different vehicles had been following me. I don't even know where to start this. A few weeks ago, I attended a standout at the Canton Police Department, where I got to meet a lot of cool people, even interview people like Rita Lombardi. It was after that standout where I got invited to go to CF McCarthy's. Yes, that CF McCarthy's. My initial reaction was to not go simply because of I know what has happened on that sidewalk because CF McCarthy's is right next to D&E Pizza. I was told a few people that were going, and I thought I would be safe and I thought I would be okay. There was a bunch of people going and nothing would have happened to me. So I ended up driving to Canton Center by myself. That is where CF McCarthy's is located. And so when I pulled up, I realized that there were a few spots on the same side of the street, but they were a little further down, which meant I would have had to pass by D&E Pizza in order to get to CF McCarthy's. And again, me knowing what has gone on, I said, fuck that. I'm going to keep driving. So I drove, I did a turnaround, and I ended up parking in the parking lot across the street of where this is all situated. Actually, now that I think about it, it's the same exact parking lot that Karen Reed and the 2020 producers parked in when they were attacked by people from D&E Pizza.
Okay. So immediately, she's just like acting like it's me. It's like, I went there and oh my God, they're going to come after me. They're stalking me. I'm a really important person. They're going to stalk me. And oh, actually I was parked in the same place Karen Reed was, and Karen Reed was harassed. So they must have come after me for the same thing. It's like, see, using like Karen Reed matters. Alan Jackson matters. Like, they're recognizable people. It's believable that Alan Jackson would get harassed if he went out in public because he's Alan Jackson, but it's just like, it's not nobody knows who you are.
I parked in that parking lot, and instead of crossing right away, which would have, again, let me right to D&E, I decided to walk down the opposite side of the street and then cross a sidewalk and then go this way to CF McCarthy's, where I completely avoided D&E Pizza because I'm not trying to have Yuri Bukaki, quack, quack, come to my fucking house because I walked by Chris Albert's establishment.
He's not going to.
It was a great time.
He's not going to.
There was probably like 30 of us there. Maza Media on
Okay,
YouTube
Bob
was there.
Yeah, chill out, Bob.
And it was just a really great time. The food was amazing. The employees were amazing. Now, I will say there was a point in time during this afternoon where Chris Albert had clearly called some people to gather outside D&E Pizza. And that is something that we have seen before.
Oh, okay. So again, using my situation to be like, I'm the next victim of Chris Albert's harass. It's just the same look at me bullshit, except nobody knows who, like when I didn't know nobody knows. Chris Albert's not harassing this woman. Chris Albert does not know who she is.
If you remember when Turtleboy and Meredith, his girlfriend, got assaulted. It wasn't too long after that where someone's from the Chris Albert side, you wouldn't know the name, came in and sat at the same side of the bar as us. And the only reason why we know that it was someone on their side is because this person had been to a select board meeting before. It was very obvious the way that this person was sitting and looking and listening at us that they were only there for one purpose. Although they did order a meal, you could tell they were there to listen and watch us. Nothing ended up happening with that individual. So a few of us were leaving. And when I was leaving, I almost made the quick decision to turn this way towards D&E, but
almost.
No, don't do that.
Oh yeah.
I quickly stopped myself, turned the other way.
Oh yes.
And again,
Me.
and literally walked
Literally.
super fast to my car. Now, unfortunately, I had put my bag in my trunk. So I had to open my trunk. And I'm sure now, knowing the angle view that Chris Albert has of his camera, that he most likely saw my pink glittery sides that says Free Karen Reed. And so there's that.
Okay, so Chris Albert saw she had a Free Karen Reed thing in her car, and he's like, she's gonna be my next victim because of that. Okay.
Another individual was leaving at the same time, and they did park on the same side of the street. And this person told me point blank that Chris Albert was, quote, glaring at me.
Oh,
glaring at me.
Whoa.
As I was at my car. Now, I didn't know this until this past week when I recognized.
It just pisses me off because she's like, this shit like appropriates the shit that's happened to me. Like, I've actually suffered at the hands of these fucking people. I went to jail for 60 fucking days. I had 60 days of my life taken away from me while she was making TikToks about Taylor Swift. And then it's just like, she comes in here and it's like, oh, they're coming after me. Bitch, they ain't coming after you. No, it's not coming after you. I don't give a fuck about you. Like, it just, that's the part that offends me is like, they actually have come after me. They've done really bad things to me. They took away my life for 60 fucking days and all this shit. And it's like, me. I'm important too. I'm a victim too. The McAlberts are coming after me too. And it's just not true.
On several occasions that I was being followed in my area, around my work, and around my home. As a local content creator, specifically focusing on the Karen Reed from Mass State Police, I obviously have had people come to me and tell me their stories that
she's really important. As a local content creator who started talking about this 2 months ago on TikTok, everyone's coming to me with their stories. I'm the safe space.
have not come out and spoken about. And I've done that because, frankly, people are afraid. Period. People are afraid just because of this fucking example. And I will be damned if I allow anyone to silence me as a domestic violence
God. Oh, for fuck's sake.
multiple times.
Oh,
who grew up around addiction.
Okay. As a domestic violence survivor, if she actually is a domestic violence survivor multiple times, I'm very sorry to hear that. No one should be a victim of domestic violence. But as somebody who has been falsely accused of domestic violence and went to jail for 60 days over a false accusation of domestic violence, I'm a little skeptical sometimes when people just throw that out there and we're just supposed to, and they use it as a way to be like, you have to listen to me now. You have to believe me now. I'm a domestic violence survivor multiple times. What? I mean, it's interesting. Like the fake victim was a domestic violence survivor multiple times. If it's happening multiple times, like most women don't get smacked, go a whole lifetime without getting smacked around. If you're somebody that claims it's happening to you all the time, quite the coincidence. Just saying.
Who was abused almost her entire life. I refuse to let someone on their fucking high horse stalk me.
And is using this alleged domestic violence to be like, I'm bold and I'm never going to back down. I'm a tough girl now. I've taken my power back. I used to be a victim of domestic violence, but now Chris Albert wants to make me a victim and I'm standing up to him. I'm me. Tell me how strong I am. Like and subscribe to my content. It's fucking bullshit. I don't give a fuck. I hate this shit. Fuck this shit.
And think that they can run the world and silence people simply because...
Bitch, no one's trying to silence you. Chris Albert doesn't know who the fuck you are. Ain't no one trying to silence you.
Not agree. In my life, I have recognized a pattern when it comes to
I have
individuals that when they start to lose power, they lash out. I have checked my car for trackers. I have stayed silent. I have been stressed the fuck out. I suffer from complex PTSD. So that sent me in a little bit of a spiral for a few days. I have been told time and time again. And now that we've witnessed this, Chris Albert uses his surveillance video that's on top of his business as a way to get video footage,
Oh,
and
yeah.
photos of people that he even thinks are suspicious.
And audio.
People that haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Like people that visit CF McCarthy's.
Yeah, I almost went to jail over it 3 weeks ago because I'm an actual person that the state is trying to come after and put in jail. You're not. You're just taking the very serious and scary things that are happening to me and attempting to make it about you. That's all this is. You're appropriating the actual real trauma I've suffered as a result of this and turning it into content for yourself so that you get to be a victim. That's what this is.
Completely avoid his business and go into the car and drive away and do nothing wrong. Yes, people like me. And now we have proof because Chris Albert sent footage of his surveillance video, videoing someone else, and you can hear.
Okay, so this is I want to address this fucking retard in the comments with the I stand with Ukraine thing, because I'm sure other people will say this too. This woman is on her side. Why are you attacking her? Because that's, first of all, it's not an attack. It's a criticism. Okay, it's a criticism. When you enter the content arena and you put controversial shit out here like that, you open yourselves up to criticism. This is fucking fake. I'm bringing this up because it's a lie. No one's stalking her. It's fucking made up. She's either delusional or she's lying. Either way, she has, believe it or not, developed a following, and people believe the things she's reporting. Like on that video about like the Canton police are stalking Karen Reed at 507, that's made up. That is completely untrue. And she's putting it out there as fact, and lots of people are believing her. That's disinformation. That discredits all of us because they associate Free Karen Reed as a group of people. And I want to call out the kooks amongst us and differentiate myself from them to let people know that we're not fucking crazy. We're not all conspiracy theorist nut jobs. If you don't stand up and point out the kooks in your movement, then you get associated with them. So I hope that answers your stupid fucking question. And honestly, if history is any teacher of us, she'll be saying Karen Reed's guilty in 6 months after this.
Colin and Chris talking in that video saying, did you get a picture of her?
So again, this is a woman who Chris Albert harassed. Her name's Josephine. She wrote Free Karen Reed on her car. I've played this video before. Chris calls her a loser. And you know what Chris Albert didn't do? Go to her house. That never happened. Literally proving the point.
It's very obvious that the Alberts now have files and images and videos of people that they find suspicious, that they want to follow around, that they're going to get their information on and see if they do
Nobody's
anything wrong,
following
see if
you.
they can get them in trouble.
Nobody's following you. No.
Has been a girl in the South Shore.
Oh, yeah.
Who likes Taylor Swift.
Okay.
And pumpkin fucking candles.
Oh.
And is tired of the bullshit that we are seeing in the Norfolk County.
Yep, I am woman here. Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Of
Okay.
the governor's office.
Yep.
I'm fucking tired.
Oh, she's mad.
And I'm not going to allow.
I'm fucking tired, and I've been talking about this for 3 months. Again, if you go on her TikToks, she does her first Karen Reed video is in June of 2024, but she's tired of it, guys. She suffered so much. They're already following her to her house.
Someone who thinks they're on a high horse, who uses his connections with Massachusetts State Police to go and harass individuals who have done nothing. That is intimidation. That is intimidation.
She's being intimidated.
A rubber ducky is not intimidation. And you all are fucked in the head for thinking that you are going to continue this. Because you know what's actually really happening? You all are spiraling. That's what happens. When people start to lose power that have had power for so long, that shit starts to crumble. And not for nothing, your shit is fucking crumbling. On that note, your girl's back.
Your girl's back.
She's over it.
Oh,
she's done.
she's
you want to
back.
keep continuing following me? Cool. I now have fucking dash cams and
Oh.
I've updated all my cameras again on my house.
Okay.
So go ahead. Try to fucking follow me. Go ahead.
No one's following
Go
her.
fucking. The sassiness is back. The humor's back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. I've missed out on so much.
Okay.
I need to go back on Twitter.
Yeah.
And to all of you who have DM'd me and text messaged me and reached out to
All
me,
of you.
I haven't gone back to you. I'm so sorry. I literally went into a hole to the point where people literally were calling me nonstop. I'm so sorry. As someone who suffers from complex PTSD,
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry. That's just the way that I handle things. I'm okay now. I've had my water.
Okay.
I've had my
Okay, thank God.
drinks.
Thank God.
I've had my Mary Lou's coffee.
Okay.
I've had my Ben and Jerry's.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Yep.
We're good.
Okay, good.
And we're back.
Okay, good.
And stronger than ever.
Okay, great.
You can't shut me up. That's one thing. No man could ever shut me up. You really think you're gonna shut me up?
You can't. What I've noticed that the type of people who say you can't shut me up, no one can ever shut you up. You know what all those people have in common? No one is trying to ever shut them up. That's literally never happened. Anyone who's ever said you can't shut me up, no one's going to shut me up. Like people like her, it's like literally no one is doing that. You're just trying to create this illusion that you're so important and such a threat to the state that they're trying to arrest you and they're trying to stack you down. And it's like, those are actually really serious things that are happening to me that give me constant anxiety and actual trauma because I was arrested at my kid's bus stop and you're just like, me too. Fuck you. Fuck you. That shit's not happening to you. You make TikToks. It's fucking offensive. And like when she showed up at the event with without a ticket, like I'm fucking so important. I get to get in free, right? No, it's a fucking fundraiser. Sorry, this is happening to you. It's like, and everybody believes it. That's the part that drives me nuts is this whole everything on the fucking internet. I believe everything. So hold on. So then it's just like, I got these screenshots, the tweets about this. It never ends. And then she posts this picture of a car. You weren't followed. You're paranoid. You're hysterical. Yet another Ford watching me today. This time as I do yard work to the McAlberts, because it's a fucking Ford, which isn't, a really small brand. Not many Fords out there. It must be a McAlbert because they all drive Fords. Watching her today. The thing about people who do wrong, when they're close to being caught, they start to lash out. If you think you're scaring me, guess again. No, it's just some person parking their car. Okay. Let me make myself clear. You're stalking me. It's illegal. And I will not allow anyone to put me in fear. This is the only time I'll say this to whoever followed me, to whatever set people up, follow me. Leave me the fuck alone. The attention-seeking bullshit. That's all this is. And again, these are like the posts, and it's like, like talking about Taylor Swift. Nobody's watching. A couple hundred people. Talks about Karen Reed. Oh, 22,000. I found a new market. I'll talk about that some more. That sells. Let's talk about that. And it's just constant. Oh, well, you know what else sells? Victimhood. I talk about the Canton. Oh, yeah. So like, because she went to a standout at the Canton Police Department and they followed her home. Me. Followed. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Anyway, so that one, and then the Video Jesus one. Last thing, this Video Jesus person who she is the one that put out the video about the person. And this one just doesn't shut up. She's like in my inbox offering shit up. Okay. I do not answer to Turtleboy. He is a content creator. And while I respect the work he's done, we hold different views. I've never relied on the validation or respect nor to acquire it. I hold accreditation, certification, and industry awards. As a journalist, he is free to research my background. I have never misrepresented myself on social media. I understand the weight of my professional reputation and have always acted transparently. I don't share my name publicly, but you can research me. Okay. I'm really important, though. You just can't know who I am. It's just over and over and over again. And again, people blindly believe this stuff. And they're just like, well, it must be true. She uses Big words. And it's just like, you know, you got to call it out when you see it. You got to call it out. I'm all for. I'm not hating either. I'm not hating on other content creators. You don't ever see me saying this about Young Jerks or, you know, BLT or, you know, Will or Melanie, because they're all interesting and they don't make it all about them. It's not just about me. I'm a victim too. And then make shit up. It's the making shit up that gets to me. Like when she put out the whole thing 6 months ago about like, I'm being followed around. It's like, I knew in my head, no, you're not. And I'm like, I'm not going to say shit because it's like with Sean McDonough. I'm like, I'm not going to say shit about Sean McDonough because it's like everybody likes this guy and they think he's real. And I just don't have the heart to tell them that this guy is completely full of shit. And people believe that this woman is being followed around and stalked. And it's just like, okay, I know she's not, but what do I really need to start shit with her? And then I saw this shit today. It's just, I've seen a bunch of this shit about, look at this. They're being followed. It's like, no, Karen Reed was not being followed by the Canton police. Full stop. Never happened. Just stop. Okay. It's just like, you got no credibility and I got to call it out. And that's it. That's it. I just got to call it out, period. So no offense to anyone. And again, I think the most offensive part was like I said, this shit actually happened to me. It's real. It's horrible and it's real. Going to jail for 60 days, fucking horrible. The constant living in fear of going back to jail is a type of anxiety that I wouldn't wish upon anyone. And it just offends me when someone goes on fucking TikTok and uses my actual fucking trauma and the shit that I've been through to be like, look at me too. Me too. I'm a victim too. Give me likes and subscribes. It just pisses me off. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I'll leave it at that. All right. Let me read some turtle chats and we'll call it a night because it's almost 1 a.m. We got almost 6,000 people here still. Keeping it real. Nikki sends $10, goes, why the hell would a cop follow Karen with their lights on? Come on. Common sense. Even if it was a cop, maybe they're just driving around. Not everything is a fucking conspiracy. Oh, then the crime junkie thing. Yeah. One more thing. Let me get to this. So Brandy Churchwell is going on. She announced, and I'm very happy for Brandy because I love Brandy. She's great. She's one, you know, talking about like interesting, like Brandy's podcast is the bomb. It's so good. It's so like informative and she does such a good job with it. I like I'm not threatened by other content creators. If that's what people are suggesting, I'm not. I like them. I like when people add cool shit, you know? And so Brandy got a gig with Crime Junkie. I'd never heard of these people before, but it's two chicks sitting on the couch talking to each other with folded legs, kind of Indian style, and like pretending to drink coffee, that whole thing. And nice mics, and it's crisp. And
which, to be clear, like those people have never been charged. And at this point, they were all considered witnesses in the case, which is why he ends up getting charged. Right. I'm all about independent journalism. And turns out somehow, sometimes it was because Karen was leaking stuff to him. Like there was a state police like, hey, you should pay attention to this. If you don't like calling exposing, of course, number 5, which is like the prosecution's clincher, like somewhere within his clothing. The autopsy. He suffers blunt force there. Pretty cut and dry, right?
Yeah, if only.
I know. So in one of the early pretrial hearings, Karen's defense attorney, Alan Jackson, announces how he's going to defend Karen by exposing a cover-up and a far-reaching conspiracy to frame Karen. And just to be clear, when I say conspiracy, I mean, we are talking about the legal definition of a conspiracy. One or more people conspiring with one another to carry out a criminal act. And man, whether it is truth or just a combination of very bad...
Is it really a conspiracy if the plan wasn't to murder him? If it was just an accident? That's why I have a problem with the conspiracy word. I prefer cover up. Something bad happened and they covered it up.
Police work and coincidence. What comes out is mind-blowing. So I need to address the turtle in the room.
Ugh, the turtle.
So there is this blogger who goes by the handle Turtleboy. Real name, Aidan Kearney.
Oh, she got it.
Don't worry, if you don't like calling him Turtleboy, he is given an alternate option, dubbing himself Journalism Jesus. So do with that what you will.
Well, amongst
But
other
basically,
things.
this guy covers what he calls anti-establishment news. Now, he's from the area, so he hears about Karen's story, and I didn't know at first like how he really like latches onto this. But again, I just watched the doc this morning, and I found out it's actually someone from Karen's like family, friends, team, whatever, actually reached out to him. They had like followed him, liked what he did, and was like, hey, you should pay attention to this. They're the ones that actually point him in this direction.
Complete lie. That's a lie. And I hope Brandy tells her this. And I'd like to, I don't even know this Crime Junkies person name. That's a lie. I would ask that she correct that. No one from the Karen Reed team reached out to me and told me to look into this. That is a complete documented lie. If you value the truth, you will correct this. You will issue some sort of statement. The truth of the matter is, and it's documented, Brian Johnson, former Duxbury cop, sent me the filings. Read the Atlantic article. It showed, we got receipts and everything. Natalie comes along much later in the process. Go ahead. Mistake number one.
And he like fully leans in. He is fully bought into the conspiracy, and it basically becomes his whole personality, as seen from his website. And for better or worse, he is a really big reason why this case took off as much as it did. Somehow, this guy was coming out with a ton of insider information on the case. Well, turns out, somehow, sometimes, it was because Karen was leaking stuff to him. Like, there was a state police affidavit that reveals that over the course of a few months in 2023, Karen spent like 40 hours on the phone with him, allegedly feeding him confidential information.
Confidential?
And listen,
none of it was confidential. So she's just making shit up. Just like the police put it out there. Oh, okay. None of it's confidential. None of it.
All about independent journalism and alternatives to mainstream news.
I don't think you are.
But he did a lot of things that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, which is why he has been such a polarizing presence in this case.
Okay. Like what?
He showed up
like
at
what?
Jen McCabe's kids' soccer game and recorded.
It was lacrosse, actually.
Himself asking her inflammatory questions.
Like what? What do you mean inflammatory questions? Why don't you say what the questions are? The question was, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27? Are you worried about going to jail? Those are not inflammatory questions. That's called journalism. When you ask somebody questions, those are legitimate questions. But go ahead. I know and she says she respects independent journalism, yet she's just her source police report. Brian Tully's affidavit. Oh, okay.
And his so-called Turtle Riders did a rolling rally where they went house to house in a caravan of cars using a bullhorn and shouting about their cover-up allegations outside witnesses' homes.
Okay.
Which, to be clear, like those people have never been charged.
And that's quite literally the whole point. Those people that's why we're there, because we're protesting the fact that they haven't been charged, and they are quite clearly involved in the cover-up of a murder. We believe they should be charged. That's why we're there, genius. I mean, this chick's fucking useless. I first time ever watching her. And then this is just so coordinated, the whole setup they have here too. This chick's job, Ginny Sack here, okay, her job is to just sit there and be like, oh, really? Wow, tell me more. And this one's like, yeah. It's just so fake. The whole setup is so fake with the music. It's just like, I will never become this. This is so, I'm about quality content. Say with me, my green screen's bootleg, I get it, but I'll never be this. This is weak.
This point, they were all considered witnesses in the case, which is why he ends up getting charged with witness intimidation down the line. And this group's protests are popping up all over, even out of state. But there is nowhere that they are more intense than right outside of the courthouse during trial. I mean, it is wild. Turtleboy and his
Wild.
fans
It's wild
go in
about it.
hard on the Free Karen Reed movement. They're wearing Turtleboy branded FKR merch and holding rallies outside the courthouse, like to the point that the judge has to put up a 200-foot buffer zone. And on that documentary on HBO, someone had said that, like, I don't know if this is true or not, but they claimed that the jurors could actually like hear them like chanting Free Karen Reed while they were trying to deliberate.
No.
Like, I don't remember, like, even if you didn't watch every minute of trial like I did, like, this was all over the news.
Yeah.
It was a madhouse. And our reporter spoke with one of John's closest friends, and he told us that Free Karen Reed protesters were actually calling people cop killers on their way into court. And a bunch of officers and John's friends had to escort John's mom into the courthouse. Like, this guy we're talking to is a Marine veteran, and he said the scene outside the courthouse reminded him of being in a combat zone in Iraq. And
being in a combat zone in Iraq. Source, some guy we talked to. Are you imagine that? Whoever that is a fucking liar. And I would challenge you to actually say their name, because you're saying my name. So once you say their name, the lying fake Marine, because if this person actually had the audacity to compare the peaceful and loving support group outside of the courthouse.
And a bunch of officers and John's friends had to escort John's mom into the courthouse. Like, this guy we're talking to is a Marine veteran, and he said the scene outside the courthouse reminded him of being in a combat zone in Iraq. And the chaos of all of this made
a combat zone in Iraq. Seriously, fuck you. That is so offensive. Someone has to say it. Fuck you. That is offensive. People, combat zones in Iraq were horrific places where young men, women, and children lost their lives, lost limbs, have PTSD. It is so fucked up for her to sit there, and she has the audacity to compare our loving, peaceful support for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe outside that courthouse to a fucking war zone. Seriously, she can go fuck herself. I don't know who this woman is, but she owes everyone an apology for this, including combat veterans. And don't give me this shit about she's just quoting someone else. Just because some asshole tells you a lie doesn't mean you need to fucking repeat it. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Brandy's going. I hope Brandy says something to this woman, like, because this is fucking, like, you don't want to become this, Brandy. You're better than this.
Everything 10 times harder for John's grieving family. And I was just trying to rewatch some footage to like really like wrap my mind around what was happening, like a reminder almost, because it does feel like forever ago at this point. And it was wild the way that, you see this, like we saw this with OJ, the way that people like wrap themselves around this, and you get so like you forget why we're all here and how
it's almost
tragic this is.
like a disconnection or dissociation with reality.
They're like tailgating this.
Like it's a so the Jenny Sachs speaks over here. It's like a disassociation from reality. Thanks for chiming in there. I'm glad you're there. It's actually not. We're very grounded in reality, but thank you, dear. Go ahead.
Trial and people were outside on lawn chairs, like watching it and chanting. And
we're out on lawn chairs. Would you prefer they stand for 8 hours? Would you prefer they stand? I mean, what the fuck? Who gives a care? It's a lawn chair. Would you prefer they sit on the grass? Would that make you feel better? Would that make us seem less Fallujah-like?
It has become something so much bigger than the reason we're here. And the reason we're here is getting lost. So
might be Tony
you can understand why state officials don't give much credence to this blogger. And I say blogger, I know he says journalist, but there is a difference between like anything he hears just goes up online. Like the vetting process doesn't seem to be there.
This bitch actually said that. Again, listen to what she says.
And it give much credence to this thing. And it has become something so much bigger than the reason we're here. And the reason we're here is getting lost. So you can understand why state officials don't give much credence to this blogger.
You can understand why state officials don't give credence to this blogger. Or maybe it's because I'm criticizing these state officials. Maybe that's because why? Because I have support groups outside, because I've created a movement. I've done something, dear. I don't know who this woman is, but I've done something you will never do, ever. What I've done with this Karen Reed movement, this beautiful movement for justice that we've created, you will die one day and you will never, ever be able to look back to your life and have anything comparable to what I've done here. You fucking wish on your finest day you could have 1/10 of the accomplishments I have. You sit on a fucking couch with your legs folded Indian styles with this cliche bullshit saying like into your fucking $5,000 microphone with your empty cup of coffee, which doesn't have coffee in it, but you just kind of want to have it there because you're going for the view look, kind of like the whole we're comfortable at home in our jeans and we're just having a conversation, my friend. Your whole setup is fucking whack and cliche and outdated. You invest all this shit in your setup, but your content sucks. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're calling me a blogger. And why am I a blogger?
And I say blogger, I know he says journalist, but there is a difference between like anything he hears just goes up online. Like the vetting process doesn't seem to be there.
Fuck yourself. You don't know shit. How dare you? How dare you? I've been doing this for 11 years now. 11 years. I've never lost a lawsuit. I've been sued before. I win every fucking time. You know why? Because I vet every single thing I say. I back up I challenge you to find anything on my website that is not opinion or vetted fact. You can't. Everything on there is. Everything. You can't come up with a single thing because you've never actually read any of my content. You just watched a documentary and then you read a fucking police report and then you put on your pajamas and sat down on the couch with your empty cup of coffee and you and your girlfriend there just started talking about this. You don't know fucking shit. You're about the presentation. You're not about the substance. I am everything you will never, ever fucking be. Just know that, dear. Go ahead. And I also have a credential. The SJC gave me media credentials. So it looks like I am taken seriously, but go ahead.
And it's also no surprise, really, that the prosecution thinks that the defense's idea of a conspiracy is bonkers. I mean, the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey, makes a bold move and even issues a video statement saying that there's a reason people are tried in court and not on the internet, which is like, that I agree with. But he also uses this video as an opportunity to defend the one and only Michael Proctor.
Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship.
Now, is she going to talk about how a month later I proved that he did have a close personal? Nah, she ain't going to talk about that. How I got my journalism uncovered the fact that Jennifer McCabe was at the house. She's not going to talk about that. How I literally was charged with witness intimidation for proving this. She's not going to talk about that because she's fucking useless. Seriously, I don't know who this woman is, but I expect an apology in my inbox tomorrow from there because she's fucking useless. And this is why I'm by the end. She has how many subs on her channel right now? She has 132,000 subs. I'll have more than her by the end of this trial. Guaranteed. Because I actually put out a quality product and you put out fucking bullshit. Cliche bullshit. It's fucking whack. Get your shit together. I hope Brandy fixes your shit up because you suck. Anyway, Danielle Baker sends $25 and goes, hey, Doc, Melanie Little retweeted the audit today. And the guy who the previous Turtle Chat was talking about said he wasn't going to comment on an ongoing investigation when asked something about Kevin Albert. But the point is, Karen is on trial. Why do you say the investigation is ongoing? Is it? I have no fucking clue. Thank you, Danielle. Amanda sends $10, goes, I commented on Ashley Flowers' video. Oh, her name is Ashley Flowers, telling her it was a little pot calling the kettle black, saying that you didn't vet your sources. I also emailed and said, I think you should do your research before you go making up claims about award-winning journalists. Thank you, Amanda. Yeah, give me your email. We'll put it all out there. Maybe a lot of people can email her and tell her the truth. Respectfully, of course. Respectfully. Brittany sends $5. Says, when did Amy send the group chats? That was in like September or October she did that. I think Hank would have turned them over in Discovery by now if he was going to use them. Exactly. What do you think Cosgrove? I have no doubt that she tried to make herself useful to the Commonwealth, but even they were like, bitch, dude, this ain't, fuck am I supposed to do with this? You ain't that important. You're just another bitch who thinks she's more important than she is. Thank you. A-Rod sends $10, goes, Portnoy says Karen is not sympathetic. I know I already read that one. Okay. Let me refresh that because it's getting late. Nicola Smallbone sends $25, goes, her name is Ashley Flowers. I used to listen to her years ago, but realized she's such a shit talker. She uses her high school friend, Britt, who's even more annoying to talk to. Stop giving these bores airtime, please. Keep it quality. Love from the Gold Coast. I did share a lot of low quality content tonight, but it was worth it. Tonight was going to be a drama night, and I delivered. I delivered, didn't I? Okay. Let me see here. Cash App. We got a Cash App from Jeff, sends $20 and goes, $499 is the mic cost that she has. It's cheap. Well, there you go. But again, she's just, you're looking at, it's a nice setup she has there. She clearly invested in that. I'm the opposite. I don't invest in my setup. I probably should. I value the content. I value the news, the vetting sort. That's what I value. That's what I spend my time investing in, not couches and fake coffee and bullshit. Vanessa sends $10 and goes, love the show tonight. Thanks for reporting, doctor. My pleasure, Vanessa. Okay. Cool. Anyway, it's getting late, guys. It's fucking 1 a.m. So I'm going to call it a night. And we still got 5,600 people here. But God damn. I love all you fine people. I'm glad I got all that out of my system. I got to be in Norfolk tomorrow for more jury selection. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night. No, we won't. Tuesday night for the live show. I need to go to bed. I'm tired. We'll see you guys later. Peace to your bum crease. Brush your teeth.
It calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through and including October 5th, 2023. 7